Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
Hello, Tennessee Valley. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller, and we are broadcasting live to tape, online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio studio in Huntsville, Alabama. Today, we take a look at the year that was for the show, and we bring you some more best ofs, from child labor to Medicaid expansion and culture war in public schools. We've got clips running the gamut on today's program. If you want to be part of the show today, unfortunately, as I said before, this is a pre-tape, so I cannot hear you or see you right now. However, I would encourage you to send us a text or leave us a voicemail, and we can respond on our next live show on January the 6th. That number is 844-899 TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. If you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, you can find us anywhere you find anything online. We're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and wherever you get your podcasts, all at The Valley Labor Report. We've also got a website where you can see some of our written work, TVLR.fm, and if you'd like to subscribe to our newsletter so that you get Boss Watch and Last Week in Southern Labor in your inbox every single week, you can send us a note at tvlr.fm/contact. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners, so if you want to make a one-time or monthly recurring donation, you can go to tvlr.fm/donate to help us keep doing what we're doing. And if you're more comfortable with Patreon, we've got that too. You can go to patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report and sign up there. We do have a small fundraiser going through the new year at tvlr.fm/postage. So if you'd like to make an extra donation in the Christmas spirit, you can go there. We're wanting to ramp up even more in 2024, reach more people, build new relationships, and help bring you all of the most relevant labor news. And part of that is going to be a little letter writing campaign. So we're wanting to raise about $1,000 to pay for that campaign, our printing and postage costs. If you're a member of a union, then please also think about getting your local or international or both to sponsor the show. We could not do it without our union sponsors, and we really appreciate the support.
That's right. And let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. And I just wanted to take a moment to sort of do some reflections here. It is the end of the year, and end of the year is always a good time to reflect, to think of what went well and what didn't this year, a time to be grateful and thankful for what we do have, and to imagine how things could be even better. It's a time for us to do a reset and to look ahead to the new year with all the potential that entails. I have a lot to reflect on, from the Valley Labor Report to my personal journey to the labor movement as a whole. I want to thank everyone who has supported me personally and professionally. This year has only reiterated for me the need to build and sustain relationships. Thank you to everyone who helps make the Valley Labor Report happen. all of you who tune in, all of you who share, all of you who donate, all of you who've appeared as guests, all of you who've served as mentors and advisors, and you know who you are. It truly is a collective effort. Special thanks to the TVLR crew, Joe, Ben, Tahira, Spencer, Jeff, and of course my boy Jacob. It's teamwork that makes all this happen. Between buying radio time, renting the studio, paying for labor, it costs a few grand each month for our current operations and output. That only happens through a combination of individual donors and labor-friendly advertisers, and we are deeply grateful for all who have supported this project financially. We know times are tough and there's a lot of good causes asking for money. I appreciate the support, and I hope we can get more support in the year ahead. I've always believed we need our own media as working people. The mainstream media is, at best, tainted by corporate and political interests. Then there's an entire right-wing media ecosystem, spanning from talk radio to TV to streaming to YouTube and TikTok and other social media. The amount of toxic BS pumped into people's brains is scary to think about. Think of the billions invested in producing and distributing propaganda to the masses. We deserve better. We need alternatives. We can't continue to be so outplayed in this arena. Bosses have media, workers should too. That's why we do what we do. We're a grassroots media collective dedicated to amplifying the voices of the working class in the American South. It's why we devote our time, energy, and resources to coming on the air every week to spread a message of solidarity, a message of collective organization, a message of the interracial people power we need to transform the South and build the better world that is not only possible, but necessary. What if solidarity dominated Southern airwaves? What if our unions and allies invested in labor media in a big way? There was a time in this country when you were likely to have a union newspaper for your area. Now you're lucky if you even have any newspaper at all. Now is the time to go all in. Public approval of unions is at an all-time high. Labor is resurgent in a way we haven't seen in our lifetimes. If ever there was a time for the labor movement to invest in getting out its message, this is it. So in that vein, as Jacob mentioned earlier, we'll be launching a fundraising campaign at the start of the year. We're also going to be reaching out looking for new sponsors as well. We're hoping to grow the project and take it to another level. For those of you who don't know, we air live on WVNN, the right-wing talk radio station in Huntsville, Athens, every Saturday from 9:30 to 11 a.m., with our overtime after 11 airing online on YouTube and Facebook. We got our start on WVNN, birthplace of Sean Hannity and home to all sorts of reactionary propaganda that we find objectionable. But we think it's important to get a different perspective out there to multiple audiences. We're happy that a portion of the show is replayed during the week on WZZA, the historic black radio station in Northwest Alabama, and on WHIV, a community radio station in New Orleans. We released the full episode on Spotify, Apple, and the various podcasting apps, so please subscribe to us on your app of choice and give us a good review. And throughout the week, clips of the show are released as standalone videos on YouTube and in some cases TikTok. So if there's a specific segment or interview that you want to find, we try to make it easy for you. Just do us a favor and hit subscribe and like. All of our content is free. We believe in that. So your engagement on social media and podcasting apps really does help, and that's a quick, easy, free way to support the program. In 2023, we saw our YouTube audience grow significantly, with our subscribers more than doubling and our live streams regularly getting 5 to 10 times what we got at the start of the year. We launched our Shop Talk episodes dedicated to labor education, history, and training. We received a lot of engagement and phone calls throughout our coverage of the Teamsters and UAW contract fights starting this summer. Huge struggles with implications for the South and the nation. We reported live on location in Anniston, where the very first union card of the New Flyer Workers United drive there with IUE-CWA was signed live on our show. We have had so many fantastic guests, from rank and file workers and activists to union leaders and staffers to writers, journalists, scholars, and historians, even comedians and a presidential candidate. We held our first successful live show at Shenanigans Comedy Theater in Huntsville and look forward to future live events. We held a 32-hour fundraiser marathon and raised over $15,000 for striking Southern workers. And our work was featured in a variety of other outlets, from AL.com to America's Workforce Radio. We are so grateful that our audience has continued to grow and that our message is resonating with folks. You know, there's going to be a lot of media and political spending in 2024. We hope folks will see the value in this project and what we're trying to accomplish. We have some great things planned for 2024, including improving our programming, some amazing guests, special projects, and more. We also have the opportunity to expand and offer more content on more radio stations, if we can secure the funding for it. And we want to hear from y'all. What do y'all want to see in 2024? How can we improve the project? What guests do you want us to interview? Your feedback is essential. If you believe it's important to have our own media of, by, and for the Southern working class, please consider supporting us however you can, and please share with your coworkers, friends, family, and neighbors. We know there's a lot of good causes to support, and our audience are working folks with limited incomes. So if you can find value in our project and you're willing to chip in a couple bucks, it would mean a lot. Like I said, we've got some great stuff planned, and as we grow the show and we grow our content, and we can't do it without you.
Yeah, I appreciate those reflections, Adam. And it really is it really is an honor to be able to do this kind of thing, to be able to you know, and it gives me a little bit of or a lot of imposter syndrome in a lot of a lot of time, because in a way this program does function as the mouthpiece, the voice for labor, for the labor movement in at least the state of Alabama, and to a certain extent even the South. There are not just a whole lot of people in the South in kind of the same area as us, doing the same kind of thing that we do, and so to a certain extent that title kind of falls to us by default. So there's definitely a lot of imposter syndrome there, because like I've said on the show, I do not feel like I have any unique analytical abilities or insight. But I do, I feel like I see, you know, a lot of the same things that everybody else sees. Unfairness, a real fundamental unfairness in our economy, with the rich at the top making too much off of our backs, having all of the control and giving us little to none. And I don't think that's right, and I want to do what I can to change that. And I do think that part of that is part of the project to change society, to make society more fair, to shift the balance of power from the wealthy, from the owning class to the working class, is educational. And so, since nobody else is doing it, you know, we have said we are willing, and that's kind of what we're doing, and so that people have put their trust in us through their financial support, through you know, sharing and listening and interacting and being willing to come on as guests. You know, I mean that all of that is just it's a huge honor to have that, you know, because for individuals, you know, like you said, there are so many organizations and causes that are competing for donations, and working people just don't have, you know, a lot of money to throw around. And so for the people that do that, it means a lot to us. And then for the unions that sponsor us, they're in in a lot of senses, they're in a similar boat, especially the local unions that support us. All of those expenditures have to be approved by the membership or some sort of democratically accountable committee or body or leadership, and that money also comes indirectly or pretty directly from working people. It comes from the dues that they pay, and so it's all it's a huge honor to be able to be that voice to a certain extent and that mouthpiece, and what we want to do with the platform that we have created with the cooperation of everybody involved in the project and everybody that supports us is to do what we can to not have us as the spotlight, but use the platform to shift the spotlight to the working people on the ground who are making moves, who are building a better society, who are winning for themselves and their coworkers and their communities, and then And by virtue of that, elevating them and their work and praising them, and then educating the other people about, like, this can be done. Look, these people are doing it. Here's how you do it. Right. You can do literally the same thing that they're doing. And so that's kind of how we see that's kind of how we see the project, and we're very thankful that so many people agree with us that that's a valuable thing, and that we're doing at least a passable job on it. And like Adam said, we do have we have some big plans for 2024. We have put out some feelers to some international unions to gauge their interest in funding such big plans, and so we'll see if there is interest in doing something more with this project from the people who who do have kind of the power of the purse to a certain extent. And if that sounds like something that would be interesting to you, and you are in a position where you have some money to spend and you have some room in the budget, then please do reach out to us, and I can talk you through what we're thinking about and the costs that we have in mind for these additional potential expansions of the project, and or if you know anybody, tell them to hit us up. 2024 is in addition to being a big year for hopefully for the program for TVLR, it is going to be an election year. There is going to be just an obscene, genuinely obscene amount of money running around to get people to believe in or vote for this or that thing or person or cause, and so if that obscene amount of money is going to be rolling around anyway, some of it may as well go to folks who don't hate working people. That's kind of our pitch when we're talking to these folks about some of the election spending that's going to be happening, and also it will hopefully be a big year for the labor movement, building on the things that happened in 2023 and the wins that working people were able to chalk up in 2023. We're hoping that that's just the beginning of labor's resurgence in this country, and we're gonna do a bit more of a deep dive on some of our thoughts generally about the labor movement year in review. And this is just, we're talking about our program, the year in review. But when we come back, I know that we're going to have a lot of thoughts about the year that was in terms of labor power and the strides that working people have made. So I'm looking forward to that. But that'll be it. I just want to say thank you again to everybody that has listened and supported and shared our program in the last year, and I look forward to seeing you again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Echo all your comments, and something you said that I wanted to just pull out, which is like, yeah, it's not about us. We're not media professionals. We're not media people. We're not trying to have media careers. We are labor union activists, and that's what we do. And this is just kind of part of that broader project of building people power here in North Alabama. And that's something I want folks to realize that, of course, we're not always going to get it right. We're not always perfect. You're not going to agree with everything that we say. But we do our best to present information that's honest, that's accurate, that is really speaking to the interest of working people. Because we are the majority as working class people. You wouldn't necessarily know that from a lot of the media that's out there, but we try to speak to that, and we try to really unite people around our common interests that we have as working people, and that's what we do outside of this project, right, through our roles in the Labor Council and our unions. And it's what we're trying to do here as part of this project as well. Because, like I said, I mean, the bad guys have media. There's so much garbage that is pumped out over the airwaves. And unfortunately, those of us who believe in solidarity, who believe in working class organization and building a working class movement, we have got to revive media that can speak to our interest, that can educate folks, that can inform folks, that can entertain folks. It's why, we're part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network. It's why we collaborate with other similar projects and programs, and we're always down to do that. So if you're out there and you're doing something similar, you're trying to do something similar, definitely reach out to us. We love to collaborate and just grow this. We need to grow working class media as part of a broader project to grow working class power. And so that's what I want to see for the year ahead, to, like you said, build on these gains. There was a lot of good momentum throughout 2023. We saw some historic contracts. We saw some historic strikes. There's historic levels of organizing happening in the South now, particularly through UAW. And so, yeah, I'm just excited about all the stuff we'll get to talk about next year, because we'll have some exciting campaigns to talk about. We'll be able to catch up with New Flyer and Anniston, see how things are going there. That's going to be one of the biggest campaigns in Alabama. And, of course, Hyundai in Montgomery, Mercedes in Tuscaloosa, Toyota Mazda here in Huntsville, Chattanooga, Volkswagen not too far from here. So there's just a lot of excitement happening. Unions are a hot thing in a way that they haven't been in my lifetime, in your lifetime. And that's really, really exciting to see. The people are behind us. People are waking up to the power that they have when they come together. And so we're just going to do our small part to get that message out there and continue to connect folks and educate folks. Anything that y'all can do to support this is very appreciated. And I agree. It is a real honor. Don't take it lightly. Again, it's not about us. It's just about working people and advocating for working people, organizing working people, and us coming together to build the better world that we really deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. We do not take it lightly. We have several long conversations sometimes about how are we gonna talk about this or that thing, and what would be the best thing for working folks. To how can we allot our time this week? What would be good to talk about? What are stories that we can lift up? How can we be of most value to people? So yeah, we absolutely don't take it lightly, and yeah, it's an honor. So it's been a great year, and looking forward to an even better one next year. See you then. Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Cure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Cure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Attention union members, membership organizations, podcasters, or anyone with a payment processing need. The future is here, and your organization needs to be prepared by working with Unionly. With Unionly, your union or organization can take payments on a mobile device, eliminating processing fees, giving you a better price than other payment processing methods, while at the same time supporting a union-friendly business with a specialized skill set to meet your needs. Your members will thank you when they pay their dues at their convenience without waiting in line to deposit cash or check. Start preparing for the future today by calling 206-595-8631 or visiting unionly.io.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law, the name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth. All wealth should go to labor. You're listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Joe Harrison. This is the guy who's usually behind the camera. Again, not literally. Usually doing the video production stuff, the editing, the graphic designs, the pretty little thumbnails you see on our YouTube channel. If you haven't gone to our YouTube channel, you should go to YouTube and look up the Valley Labor Report, and you can see all of the beautifully done graphic designs, thumbnails, and logos and such that yours truly has done. I am once again here taking you on a little ride, on a little excursion into the past as we look back at some great moments from the past. That's redundant, of the Valley Labor Report. And that word great, like, I don't necessarily mean like, oh, this is great, this is a happy thing that happened, but great as in significant, because not all of the things that we're going to look back at were good things. In fact, a lot of bad things, like school privatization and child labor. Definitely not great in the sense that we usually use that word. If you've got anything to say, anything that you want to add, you can send a text message or leave a voicemail, and the boys will respond on January the 6th. That's next Saturday. I do want to do a quick plug for our postage fundraising campaign, which is still going. Again, we'd like to pull in $1,000 by the new year, which is imminent at this time. Every little bit goes a long way because we have big plans for this coming year. 2023 was a great year for us for expanding, and we'd like to really, my brain wants to use the word capitalize, but that sends a shiver down my spine. We want to really strike while the iron is hot. How about that? We'll go with that term and just expand even more on the expansion. And you can help us get to that goal. TVLR.fm/postage. If you support what we do, or if you don't and you're just like, I'm going to be generous to show them, we will accept that. We're kicking off this round of best ofs with talking about the kids and how they have found themselves in multiple crosshairs on the education front and on the labor front. So let's jump right in.
We've been following here in Alabama this big story. I think it should be a lot bigger, frankly, because of what it is, about children, like 12-year-old children, working for Hyundai in manufacturing environments, and not just any manufacturing environment. Manufacturing environments that have had OSHA fines, violations for amputation and crush hazards, right? So this isn't even just the normal, like, okay, manufacturing is dangerous. This is manufacturing that is so dangerous as to have violated the law. That's where these children are working. And we've covered this story with, in my view, the appropriate revulsion anytime that we talk about this. There's some, to a certain extent, we want to be like a news thing, and we want to do reporting, and we do some reporting, and we want to be truthful, and we want to, relay the facts and not embellish stuff and certainly not make stuff up. But, there's this idea that to be truthful, you've got to be neutral. And that's just, I just don't buy that. I don't buy that. I think that, we're talking about child labor. I don't think it's that important to be like, oh, but, the bosses say it's okay. Blah, blah,
right. Both sides, right?
And anytime I talk to this story with other people, like in my personal life, when I'm talking, most of the people that I know in my personal life are like conservative. They react the same way that I do. They're like 12-year-old children working in manufacturing plants. That's crazy. Because that's appropriate. That's the appropriate reaction when you hear children working in car plants. The reaction should be revulsion, okay? I thought we dealt with this 100 years ago. But not everybody has that reaction when they hear about child labor in dangerous environments. In fact, it's quite possible that Iowa Republican State Senator Jason Schultz heard this story. Actually, it's possible he was listening to us on the radio and said, oh man, you know what? That sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good idea. Because just last week, he put forward a bill that would allow 14 to 17-year-olds to work in mining, meatpacking, demolition, operating guillotine shears and other dangerous jobs.
People who aren't even old enough to get a driver's
drive.
permit.
14-year-olds. This guy, a Republican, I mean, you know, it's just, that's a fact, right? This guy's a Republican, wants to allow 14-year-olds to work as a coal miner. The exact same scenario, you know, the whole, like one of the big things about the child labor laws that we got was because of the public reaction to seeing children with soot on their faces. He saw that picture and was like, hell yeah, that's America, right?
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
I bet that boss saved a lot of money over hiring somebody normal sized.
Less calories, don't you know?
It's crazy. And look, and here again, I think most people, even conservatives, even people who vote Republican, you know, I say it's worth noting that he's a Republican because it's worth noting that he's a Republican, that this is what, you know, a Republican elected official is doing, right? And also for our previous caller, this is a Republican who said that his proudest achievement is pushing a bill that ended collective bargaining rights for public sector workers in Iowa. That's his proudest moment, this guy, right? So, but you know, look, I think that most Republican voters are rightly repulsed by this, but that's not all. Under his bill, employers would not be civilly liable if the children are injured or killed, even if the accident happened at work due to the company's negligence. Bills like this are cropping up all over the place, usually backed by the National Federation of Independent Businesses, as reported in the American Prospect by friend of the show, Sarah Lazare, and as we discussed with her on the program a few weeks back. But I mean, this is just crazy. Bosses are so averse to just paying people, and paying them well and treating them right, that they would literally rather have children go down into the mines than just pay an adult to do it.
And you know, there's some folks who think we ought to be grateful for that. We ought to be grateful for those capitalists being willing to employ our children and give them jobs.
Yeah. Crazy stuff.
Stockholm Syndrome.
So let's talk a little bit about education. There's a lot going on in education when it comes to Alabama specifically, but public education is under attack across the country. It has been for quite some time, but some of these attacks have really ramped up in the last couple years. You know, the pandemic really set off a fresh wave of attacks, and we've seen it continue since with culture war, pushes of the culture war, pushes of vouchers and privatization schemes. We've seen politicians like Ron DeSantis really trying to make a name for themselves by bashing teachers and by bashing public schools and by attacking public education in general. So a lot happening here as well. You know, Wednesday, May 10th was the Education Policy Committee hearing on the Price Act as well as the charter school bill. So the Price Act is the Education Savings Account bill, which is another name for a voucher program. So there was a lot of school choice, quote unquote, conversation happening Wednesday in the legislature, and we'll be talking more about that next week. But in the meantime, I wanted to highlight an article I found. So NEA Today is the magazine of the National Education Association, which, of course, is the country's largest teachers union. And, of course, that comes with the asterisk that many of NEA's state affiliates, including in Alabama, actually reject the idea of unionism and prefer to operate as and be labeled as, quote-unquote, professional associations or professional organizations. You know, nonetheless, Jacob and I saw this article from, a month or two ago that was quite helpful, I found. And it's called The Culture War's Impact on Public Schools. Political attacks that target inclusive curricula and divide communities are undermining public education and its role in educating for our democracy. A new national survey details the impact of pervasive and growing political conflicts on schools. Almost half of schools reported challenges to teaching about issues of race and racism and policies and practices related to LGBTQ student rights. 1/3 reported attempts to limit student access to books in the school library and social and emotional learning. The conflicts often result from intentional and organized efforts that have targeted purple or more politically diverse communities. Manufactured outrages designed to divide educators and parents for political gain didn't really work in 2022, a recent NEA survey found. Instead, midterm voters were focused on school safety, the educator shortage, book bans, and other challenges. Unfortunately, as the 2024 campaign season begins to take shape, the culture war on public schools doesn't show many signs of abating. The stakes couldn't be higher, says John Rogers, professor at the Graduate School of Education and Information Studies at UCLA and director of UCLA's Institute for Democracy, Education, and Access. Rogers believes we are at an existential moment for public education and a diverse democracy. Since 2017, Rogers and his colleagues have been tracking how the increasingly divisive and polarizing political climate has sown discord in communities, targeted inclusive curricula, and aimed to undermine overall confidence in public education. Their latest report, Educating for a Diverse Democracy, The Chilling Role of Political Conflict in Blue, Purple, and Red Communities, finds that in the midst of political conflicts, students have limited opportunities to engage in learning and respectful dialogue on controversial topics, and it's become harder to address rampant misinformation. The highly charged environment has also led to marked declines in support for teaching about race, racism, and racial and ethnic diversity. Meanwhile, harassment of LGBTQ youth has increased. In his research, Rogers surveyed public school principals and found almost half, 45% of principals said the amount of community-level conflict, centered largely around opposition to inclusive curricula, during the 2021-22 school year was more or much more than prior to the pandemic. Only 3% said it was less. Rogers recently spoke with NEA Today about how polarization and coordinated attacks are preventing many educators from teaching controversial issues or about our nation's full history. Quote, "These attacks are undermining the role public schools play in educating for our democracy," according to Rogers. So check out the full article for the interview with Professor Rogers. I highly recommend that. You know, what's clear to me is that the privatization of public education is inextricably linked to reactionary and segregationist ideology. There's a reason the push for more vouchers, more charters, more attacks on teachers almost always coincide with the so-called culture war fights over issues of curriculum and diversity. They are two sides to the same coin. Whether it comes from the far-right folks like Betsy DeVos or the neoliberals like Bill Gates, ultimately these agendas are intertwined. It is the sabotage of public schools, institutions which are critical to the working class communities that they serve. So I want to recommend folks check out our conversation from a few months back with Dr. Lois Weiner, where we talked about this very issue in the multi-front war on public education and the ways in which public education's attacks from the culture war perspective really is tied to broader efforts of privatization. It's part and parcel of the same fight. And by and large, it's coming from the same people. It's coming from the same funding sources. It's coming from the same elite class of billionaires who have funded an astroturfed effort to attack public schools. And you can find these people in Montgomery. You can find them in state capitals all over the country. You can even find them in some cases at school board meetings. And we're seeing more and more astroturfed organizations in the school board level. We had right-wing crazies running for school board in Huntsville back in August. There are groups like Moms for Liberty that are out there causing all kinds of problems. And, you know, just a couple weeks ago, the governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey, fired the head of the pre-K department, Dr. Barbara Cooper, who was a respected educator. She was fired for being too woke, quote unquote woke, literally, just really wild stuff. And like I said, it's no coincidence that, this rhetoric around wokeness, which, oh my God, doesn't that just annoy you? Just to hear people even use that term like that these days. It's just, the right wing really has just run that into the ground. And almost anything they don't like is now called woke. Even basic levels of diversity and appreciation of diversity is now considered too woke by many Republicans. And so they're doing this right at the same time they're pushing for money for private schools, money for religious schools. They want public school funding to supposedly follow the child and follow the family. Of course, nowhere else do we have that philosophy when it comes to government funding, right? You pay taxes on roads. You don't get to have, a road allotment. You don't have to, you pay taxes for levels of public services, right? And I don't get to pick and choose whether or not I want to pay taxes to the firefighters or to the police officers. Right? Police officers often do things I find highly objectionable, like kill people. Doesn't change the fact that my tax dollars go there. I don't get a home security voucher, right, just because I'm displeased with those services. No one's going to give me $7,000 to install my own home security system to protect myself if I'm not happy with the performance of the police force. It's just not going to happen that way. All right, we don't think about government funding in any other arena in the way that these people are pushing it for vouchers, that the funding, the tax dollars should follow the child. And of course, this is a way to weaken public schools. It is a sabotage, because the more they get their way, the more they siphon funds from public education, the weaker the public schools are, the bigger the class sizes are, the higher the teacher turnover is, the higher the shortage among the staffage shortage among support staff, right? The special education aides, the cafeteria workers, the custodians, all the people who support the school system actually functioning day to day. They push this privatization to put more public dollars into private hands. And the more they do that, the weaker our public schools become. And of course, the weaker they become, the more the demand increases for such alternatives like vouchers and charters. It's a vicious cycle. And, we'll see. We'll see what happens in Alabama. But unfortunately, there has not been a broad movement to fight back against this stuff. Not that I'm seeing. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And we do plan to talk more about that next week. And I hope to pull some clips from the committee hearings so you can hear for yourself some of the garbage that's being discussed down in Montgomery.
We're going to take our last break here in regular time in our main show on the radio. And when we come back, we're going to take a look at how Alabama finally made it onto a top 10 list, but not in a very complimentary top 10 list. And we look at how our brave state leaders are fighting the good fight against the evils of Medicaid expansion. All of that and more when we return to the Valley Labor Report after these messages.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Ironworkers Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need ironworkers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer,
and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Ironworkers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Ironworkers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm Attorney Tommy Synyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Synyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Synyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Synyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Synyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Synyard Law. The name with proven results.
As labor union members, we face our share of challenges in the workplace. But today, I want to talk about a different kind of challenge, the climate crisis. We've all seen the fury of Mother Nature, the storms that can turn lives upside down in an instant. That's why Hometown Action is launching our Climate Protection Project. We're heading out to 10 rural communities, listening to local folks, and taking action with them to protect communities impacted by climate disasters. And we need you, our union brothers and sisters, to join us. Together, we'll make a difference. Our strength on the job is undeniable, and now it's time to put that strength to work for the planet. Let's protect our communities, our families, and our future. Visit hometownaction.org today and sign up to volunteer for the Climate Protection Canvas.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you out town. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Alabama's only union talk radio show. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name again is Joe Harrison, and we're coming to the final part of our show, at least the final part of our main show. If you have anything you'd like to add, anything you want to say, to comment on about what you've heard so far as we've taken this trip into the past, feel free to call or send us a text. Again, we will not be answering your calls as this is a pre-taped episode, but you can leave a voicemail, you can send us a message, and we will be live again on January 6th, and we'll be able to respond to you then. The number is 844-855-TVLR. Now, as I mentioned in last week's Christmas special, even though we are referring to this as the quote-unquote final segment of the show, if you are new to this show, you may not know that we continue off the air. Once we are free of the clutches of the FCC, we continue online only, so you can join us there for our special continued segment we refer to as Overtime, where we will have more best of videos and other good stuff for you there. You can join us on Facebook or YouTube. Just search for the Valley Labor Report and you will find us. Up next, we're going to be breaking down some really sobering numbers about worker safety in Alabama, and also that evil, dark thing called Medicaid expansion.
Workers' Memorial Day was yesterday, April 28th. That is the day that the labor movement observes observes Workers' Memorial Day. It's when we remember workers that are killed, injured, or made ill on the job. And it's a day to renew our commitment to fight for strong safety and health protections. It is set on the anniversary of the initiation of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, which was more than 50 years ago. More than 50 years ago on April 28th, OSHA went into effect. And, you know, it's important to remember that that law was won because of tireless efforts of the labor movement, organizing for safer working conditions and stuff like that. After more than 50 years of OSHA, over 668,000 workers can say that their lives have been saved by its passage. And that's according to the AFL-CIO, right, Adam?
Right.
But the work is not done. Each year, thousands of workers are still killed. Millions are injured. 100,000 workers every year die because of occupational illnesses. So it's, you know, there's still definitely a lot to do. The AFL-CIO puts out an annual death on the job report that we're going to be digging into here in a little bit. But one of the things that they mentioned here in this is that the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, as well as the Mine Safety and Health Administration, really, they just lack the resources that they need to protect workers. Many employers and workers never even see OSHA in their workplaces. And the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, reports they show that a majority of employers fail to report workplace injuries due to OSHA's limited procedures and penalties that are still too low to be a deterrent. So corporations exploit those weaknesses and create environments where workers are not adequately protected when they speak out against unsafe working conditions. Black, Latino, and immigrant workers are disproportionately killed on the job, and workers still cannot freely join a union without retaliation from their employers.
Absolutely.
But, you know, there's some hope. There is some hope, right, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, through the labor movement, that's how working people have won safety and health protections, you know, from the shop floor all the way to the halls of Congress. You name it, any safety feature in your workplace probably came from the struggle of workers before you. You know, I was speaking to some high school students yesterday on Workers' Memorial Day about this very subject and talked to them about, hey, do you like fire exits? Are fire alarms pretty handy in your life? I would say yes. And the reason we have that is thanks to the fights of the labor movement. And, you know, whether that's historically or today, unions are still today fighting for safe jobs for everyone, regardless of their race or gender or employment or background. Winning strong standards from governments and employers raises the standard of practice for all of us. And educating working people on their rights keeps our most vulnerable from being silenced. The labor movement is a community that comes together to ensure everyone goes home at the end of a work shift alive and without the chronic illnesses caused by work exposures that continue to plague many workers. And, you know, I know we're going to get into this a little bit more on the report, the Death on the Job report, but I mean, over 300 Americans die on the job every day now. now. I mean, and that's not ancient history. And that's in the United States of America. And, you know, we just had an anniversary of that massive garment worker disaster in Bangladesh 10 years ago. It was just an anniversary there. And so it's just a reminder of how dangerous it is for so many of us to go to work. We risk our lives and our limbs and our health and safety. And our government has not taken adequate steps to protect us from exploitative corporations and employers. Because at the end of the day, their goal is to make as much profit as possible. And sometimes our own health and safety gets in the way of that pursuit of profit. And it's up to us to organize, to be strong enough to ensure that we can have safe workplaces and we can ensure the government upholds its promise that it was made, you know, this promise was made to us with OSHA, that we would have safe workplaces. So, you know, together on Workers' Memorial Day is a good time to raise our voices and to speak out for stronger safety and health protections in our workplaces and have stronger job safety and health laws. We have to hold employers accountable to keep workers safe. We demand action on critical safety and health protections against preventable workplace hazards such as heat illness, workplace violence, infectious diseases, silica in mining and toxic chemical exposures. We demand more resources from Congress for our nation's job safety agencies to hold employers accountable. And above all, we demand dignity at work. We will organize and fight for the fundamental right of every worker to a safe job until that promise is fulfilled. Let us remember the dead and fight for the living.
And so let's talk about some of these numbers that the AFL put out, because they are really, really staggering. And these are coming from the annual Death on the Job report from the AFL-CIO, the America's largest labor federation. It's the 32nd one of these reports that they put out annually. And one of the key findings here this year is that Black workers and Latino workers are dying on the job more than they have in 10 years. Wow. The highest death rate. I mean, workplaces in America are becoming less safe. In a time where workers where employers, where bosses are bragging about record profits. Here's from the AFL's press release. The report shows the fatality rate for Black workers grew from 3.5 to 4 workers per 100,000, and more than 650 died on the job. That's just Black workers in just 1 year, the highest number in nearly 2 decades. Latino workers have the greatest risk of dying on the job, with a fatality rate of 4.5 per 100,000 that has grown 13% over the past decade. There was also a slight uptick in deaths for Latino workers in 2021, and the overwhelming majority who died were immigrants. And Liz Shuler mentions that, you know, the report, it's not just about data points, because behind each one of these deaths, each one of these thousands, tens of thousands of deaths is a person. Every worker who died, says Liz Shuler, every worker who died on the job represents another empty seat at a family's kitchen table. Every worker accounted for in this report is a person who just went to work one day and never came home. And, you know, that's really important to recognize. And there has been studies showing this, that when you talk about, you know, once these numbers get so abstract, they become less meaningful to people. And so it's important to not let yourself kind of fall into that trap of thinking about these as statistics as opposed to stories and people. But some of these top line numbers in 2021, 343 workers every day died from hazardous working conditions. About 5,200 workers over the year were killed on the job in the United States. An estimated 120,000 died from occupational diseases. In 1 year, 120,000. The job fatality rate increased to 3.6 per 100,000 workers. Employers reported, and remember, I just told you that the majority of employers do not report work-related injuries and illnesses, and we're going to get to some Alabama-specific data here in a bit. Employers reported 3.2 million work-related injuries and illnesses. The true impact of COVID-19 infections due to workplace exposures is unknown. Limited data show that more than 1.5 million nursing home workers have been infected with COVID-19 and more than 3,000 have died. That's just the nursing home workers, right? Fewer data are now reported on job injuries and illnesses related to workplace violence, musculoskeletal disorders, and heat illnesses, which continue to be major problems, and underreporting is widespread. The true toll of work-related injuries and illnesses is 5.4 million to 8.1 million each year just in the private industry. Not even in the public sector, which accounts for how much of, how many workers are public sector workers? Like 1 in 10? 1 in 5? It's a lot. It's a lot of workers, hundreds of thousands, over 1 million. The report also lays out recommendations for strengthening federal agencies tasked with enforcing worker safety. In 2021, there are 1,800 inspectors, 1,871. 900 at the federal level and 971 at the state level. But in Alabama, there are zero inspectors in the state of Alabama tasked with enforcing worker safety. Zero. 900 inspectors at the federal level, 971 at the state level for more than 10.8 million workplaces under the Occupational Safety and Health Act's jurisdiction. That equates to the Federal Occupational and Safety and Health Administration having the ability to inspect every workplace, get this, once every 190 years.
Wow.
Once every 2 centuries is the capacity with which our government has to inspect workplaces. Once every 2 centuries. Just $3.99 in OSHA's budget to protect each worker. Less than $4 per worker is how much is allocated to protect our safety and our health. Penalties for employer violations remain too low to be a deterrent, and fewer than 130 worker deaths have been criminally prosecuted. Get this, not just in the last year. I told you that there were 5,000 workers died last year from a work-related accident. 120,000 last year died due to workplace-related illnesses. So having those numbers in your head, I'll give you 2 or 3 seconds. Guess how many worker deaths have been criminally prosecuted since 1970. With those numbers in your head, 5,000 workers died on the job last year. 120,000 died from workplace-related illnesses. 130 worker deaths have been criminally prosecuted since 1970. 130 over 50 years. That is less than 2 per year. 2 criminal prosecutions every year. When we have tens of thousands of workers dying because of their boss's neglect. AFL Safety and Health Director Rebecca Reindl says that the federal agencies responsible for safeguarding workers were created for a reason, and it's past time that they receive the funding and staffing they need to create and enforce worker protection standards. Employers should be held accountable for the working conditions on job sites, and our lawmakers at every level must use their power to properly enforce the policies designed to protect us. Some more numbers nationwide. The industries with the highest fatality rates in 2021 were, first, the most deadly occupation in the country was agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting, with a fatality rate of 19.5 per 100,000 workers. That is more than four times the national average. Transportation and warehousing, 14.5 per 100,000, more than 3 times the national average. Mining, quarrying, and oil and gas extraction, 14.2 per 100,000. Construction, 9.4 per 100,000. And wholesale trade, 5.1 per 100,000. It's worth noting that law enforcement is not in the top 5 most dangerous professions.
You know, I did notice that.
Yeah. Just worth a note.
Do we need a thin green line to protect our,
honestly,
to honor the folks in agriculture, forestry, and fishing and hunting? I mean, it's a much more deadly occupation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Miners, transportation workers, drivers, they don't get any kind of special hubbub whenever they die. So let's talk about Alabama. I already said in Alabama we have 0 people. None. Nobody in the state of Alabama who cares, ostensibly, about law and order. Nobody tasked with enforcing workplace safety and health standards. Nobody. There are 27 federal inspectors assigned to Alabama, which gives those federal inspectors the ability to inspect every workplace in Alabama once every 150 years, once every century and a half. In Alabama last year, 111 workers died because of workplace injuries. 32,600 workers died of workplace related illnesses. We are among the top 10 most deadly states for workers. The number 1 state being the safest, the number 50 state being the least safe. We are number 43. We had the 7th highest death rate for workers in the state of Alabama. However, and this may be related to some of the numbers that I mentioned earlier, like how we have 0 people tasked with enforcing safety and health standards in this state. We have a higher than average fatality rate. I just told you, it's among the top 10 most deadly states in the country to be if you're a worker. If you're a working person, Alabama is one of the top 10 most deadly states. However, our illness and injury reporting, the number of illnesses and injuries reported by employers in the state of Alabama is lower than the national average.
The math isn't really adding up there.
Yeah, the math is not mathin' there. Really, really gross stuff.
I guess, should we be surprised to see Alabama rank in the bottom 10 yet again when it comes to our quality of life?
Yeah.
We have seen throughout the history of the state of Alabama that our state government does not care about working class people. It has made it a priority to support employers and at the expense of employees. That's why we have 0 federal inspectors. We have legislators who are now poring over pre-K textbooks to see if anything is too quote-unquote woke.
Right.
Yet we have 0 people who work for state government in this state who are supposed to look at safety and health of working people, which is the vast majority of Alabamians, right? The vast majority of Alabamians are working class. We don't own anything. Maybe we own a car, perhaps, at most, But most of us don't own anything. We don't live off profits. We don't live off rents. We don't live off dividends. We don't live off interest. We live off our wages. And yet our state government cares so little. But this is the result.
Yeah. Yeah, 0 work inspectors, but we have a lot of woke inspectors. Right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, so really great use of resources of state funds. Medicaid expansion is, that's a perennial topic of conversation in Alabama politics. It heats up especially, it heats up at the beginning of every legislative session, but especially at the beginning of a quadrennium, which is when legislators feel the least heat from their constituents and, importantly, from lobby groups. It's why we're going to see a big school privatization push this session, because parents and teachers have the least recourse right now. But it is also why we will hopefully see a big push for Medicaid expansion this session, because the big lobby groups and the conservative AstroTurf organizations that oppose giving health care to Alabamians are going to have less leverage over those incumbents that might vote normally, if they just voted their conscience, they would vote to give their constituents health care, perhaps. But during an election cycle, those big lobby groups and conservative, just really anti-human organizations, right? I mean, if you're talking about not expanding Medicaid, that is just really an anti-human position, right? Because it results in the deaths of people. It results in the deaths of people, the economic devastation of communities, because it allows rural hospitals to close, and it cuts jobs. I mean, it's just really an anti-Alabamian position to be anti-Medicaid expansion. But so some of the ghouls in Montgomery, they're trying to preempt any conversation about expanding healthcare access in Alabama. And State Senator Chris Elliott, he is the one at the forefront. He is one of the folks at the forefront of this anti-Alabamian campaign last week on the Jeff Poor Show. He said explicitly that he opposes Medicaid expansion because he reckons that if people don't have literal death hanging over our heads, we won't work. He says, quote, "I'm adamantly opposed to expanding Medicaid. When we make it easier for people not to go to work, guess what they do? They don't go to work." And I mean, just think about that for just 2 seconds. Just one Mississippi, two Mississippi. Think about that. Who the hell is he talking about? I mean, this is even less believable than the people who reckon there are hordes of folks out there that are subsisting on food stamps just because. That are just happy to sit at home and collect food stamps, as if you can do that, as if you can just sit at home and collect food stamps and not work. It's even less believable than that, because who are the people out there that are refusing to work simply because they have access to health care?
It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all.
It's also wrong because that's not who Medicaid expansion is even targeting. Medicaid expansion targets low-income workers, right? It's people who are already working, but either cannot afford the private health insurance that is offered at their job, or their job doesn't provide any insurance, or they're working 2 or 3 part-time jobs and don't qualify for benefits. These are working people. These are people who are going to work. They are making money, but it's not enough money to qualify for subsidized Obamacare under the ACA, but it's too much money to get Medicaid as it currently exists in the state of Alabama. It's the coverage gap. And it's well over 200,000 people in that situation. Well over 100,000 Alabamians are offered private insurance but can't afford it.
Yeah.
Over 300,000 people would benefit from Medicaid expansion directly. Not the knock-on effects, not the family side effects of having...
the family side effects of your loved ones not dying.
Right. Turns out it's great to get treatment when you're ill.
God,
when you have injuries, it is great to get assistance.
Wow.
So, yeah, he's wrong. I mean, he's morally wrong, first of all. But, aside from that, his comments aren't even related to Medicaid expansion that's on the table. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, it is really just astounding.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I guess why let facts get in the way of tropes?
Right.
Because that's what he wants to traffic in is tropes.
Right.
And he doesn't want to pay attention to the facts around Medicaid expansion, which would make it easier for people to go to work and easier to stay working. Because again, turns out when you're not dying, that's easier to go to work.
Yeah, it's easy.
When you
easy
break
to
bones,
work.
it's better to get treatment. When you have illnesses, it's better to get treatment, and it's easier to go to work when you actually have health care.
Yeah. And I mean, Strom in the chat says, do they not go to work in England where they have a national health service? Of course they go to work. Do they not go to work in Canada? Of course they go to work. Do able-bodied veterans not go to work even though they have VA health care? Of course able-bodied veterans go to work.
Right. Oh, and by the way, there are 13,000 veterans in the state of Alabama who, for various reasons, don't qualify for VA and can't afford private health insurance. They would get Medicaid under Medicaid expansion. So I guess Mr. State Senator Chris Elliott doesn't give a damn about those veterans.
Of course. Of course he doesn't.
He's not interested in chiding the companies who aren't providing health insurance, which creates some of the demand for Medicaid expansion. He's not talking about them.
Right.
And this is a guy who is of a party that is all about economic development. Jobs, jobs, jobs. You remember that? Mm-hmm. There was literally a sign for Republicans that said jobs, jobs, jobs. I think that was...
There was one that said jobs, not mobs, too, was another one. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned this in the notes, that it would be one of the most significant investments in rural Alabama's economic development in decades.
Right.
On par, you say, with the community college system and the Tennessee Valley Authority.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think if you look at the scale of the impact,
right,
and the ripple effects from that kind of investment, it would be on par with those two projects.
I mean, it would
change rural Alabama.
Yeah, create thousands of jobs in rural Alabama, allow rural hospitals to stay open, keep communities afloat, because really a lot of these communities in rural Alabama are anchored by the jobs that the hospitals provide.
Right. They have,
in the same way that that they're anchored by the schools, or that in the past they were anchored by, a Ford plant or a GM plant or something like that, right? Or the paper mill in Cortland. I mean, places like that are now anchored by schools and hospitals. And so in addition to, like you said, the knock-on effects of, just the direct impacts of you not dying, and then the knock-on effects of your loved ones not having a loved one die, there's the economic impacts, which are massive. The jobs, the investment.
So much so that there's a lot of research to indicate that it would probably pay for itself. Now, the money, especially the upfront cost of expanding Medicaid is I know a big sticking point, but it's a very minor sum of money compared to the budget. There are many ways they could raise that money. They have been given many ways by many interest groups, by many citizens, many ideas on how they could raise the money. And that's assuming they end up having to really pay much out of pocket at all. And I think that's an assumption, because the economic development that would result, the additional tax revenues that would come from this, it makes it just one of the most sure bet economic development programs that Alabama politicians will ever get to pick from.
Right.
They don't treat it that way, but it is.
Exactly. That's and so the takeaway here is that either this guy is lying or he just has contempt for you, right? I mean, because that's his main argument. It's contempt for Alabamians. It's not even that he doesn't even make the case, really, that it would cost too much. It wouldn't, of course, and like we said, it would create jobs and it would be good for the economy in the area. But it's just that he has contempt for you, and he reckons that you should have just literal, actual death hanging over your head before you contribute to society. And I pulled this clip from I was just going to do this segment, but then I actually listened to the segment where he was interviewed on the Jeff Poor Show, and I was like, I have to talk about this. I have to play this because I want you to actually hear his words, because he doesn't only want literal, actual death over your head. He wants it over your children's head too. Let's listen to some of this from his appearance on the Jeff Poor Show.
It's reasonable to say you see a lot of the larger business folks and the hospitals in particular starting to put on the show about Medicaid expansion. The Public Research Council of Alabama is starting to make its rounds about the benefits of Medicaid expansion and how important that is. I'm adamantly opposed to expanding Medicaid. I think it's going to be very expensive and put a huge burden on our budgets. But I think the underlying issue that nobody likes to talk about is it changes society. When we have more people on the dole that don't have to go to work in order to get health insurance, we end up wondering, why is our labor participation rate so low? And the answer is because in Alabama, half of all the children born in this state are born into Medicaid or CHIPs on the government dole. Half. And when we
All right, I got to stop it there just to point out half of Alabama's births are on Medicaid, okay? So he is resentful for that.
Yeah.
Rather than asking the question, why is it half of the people in the state I've been elected to represent, why is it half of the births are qualifying for Medicaid? Because he knows damn well Alabama is by no means New York or California. Right. Alabama is by no means the most, flexible or broad or liberal Medicaid program, even for pregnant mothers, even for teenage pregnant mothers. So why is it that mothers in our state are so poor that they qualify for Medicaid? That's not the question he's asking.
Right.
I'll continue.
Make it easier for people to not go to work. Guess what they do? They don't go to work. And that's my concern, is that our policies change society and the way families function overall.
Well, I tell you what, I hear that. I don't know anybody, at least on the Republican side of the aisle. Obviously, there's Democrats that are in favor of it, but no one's out in front of this one. And this is a big one. Maybe it does come up, but who is going in their right mind on the Republican side of the aisle is going to lead that charge?
Who in there, just stop that for just a second. Just who in their right mind on the Republican side of the aisle would dare vote to ensure that their constituents have health care?
Right?
Like, that's so removed from what Republicans want to do. Like, Jeff Poor has a problem even contemplating that. Like, what, there are Republicans that like care about poor people? No, I don't think so, Chris. I don't think so. That would be ridiculous. They couldn't be Republicans if they cared about poor people.
Yeah, and the other thing I got to say there, I have to go back for a second. I mean, about the half of births being covered by Medicaid. So would you propose they not be covered by Medicaid? I mean, is that really the logical conclusion here from Senator Chris Elliott, is that we shouldn't cover them at all?
Right.
So, I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah,
I mean, do you look back fondly on the Gilded Age? Do you look back fondly on an era before Medicaid and before any social services at all? I mean, maybe there'll be a rise in innovation from the churches and the poorhouses and the soup kitchens and the charities who are going to take the place.
Well, I think he's about to answer your question about does he wish that these children weren't covered?
That's right. He sure will.
I just know that I am starting to hear it more, and you and I've talked about this before. You start hearing these little conversations over here from Republican business leaders, and I it's free money, there's nothing is free money, and again, there's a huge cost to society when you don't have to get out there and work to make sure your kids have health insurance. You don't have to get out there and work to make sure your children, you have coverage for your children to be born. It's a scary place to go. I think it undermines the fabric of our society. And I've heard of employees that say, I'm not getting married to to somebody I'd otherwise get married to because I can stay on this free state health insurance if I don't do that. That's a state policy that is bad for Alabama and bad for.
It's a scary place to go to ensure that regardless of income, mothers in Alabama can give birth. It's a scary place to go to ensure
that regardless of their parents' income, the children will get the care they need. It undermines the fabric of society to ensure that children, babies, have health care regardless of their parents' income. I mean, like, how do you...
it's quite revealing.
It's really difficult to even... It's really genuinely difficult to even formulate an argument against somebody like that because, like, we just have such fundamentally different moral compasses. Like, I just reckon that... I reckon that even if your parent is one of these hypothetical, imaginary, no-good layabouts, that you should still have health care. If you're a child, even if your parent is a no-good layabout, you should have health care. And I don't know how to argue that point to people like this. Like, I don't know how I convince somebody that doesn't think that should be the case. I mean, it's just, we just have totally, just vastly, and I think that my opinion is in line with even the majority, the super majority of Alabamians who are, the voting Alabama. I mean, of course, most registered Alabamians don't vote, and then most of them don't vote for Republicans. I think it's only something like 26% of the eligible voting population votes for Republicans. So, but I think even among that group, I am with the majority of people that say that regardless of parental income, your children should have health care. Like, I just don't think that's a radical position, but somebody like him who is so far on the other side of this issue, who says that actually your children's health should be used as a cudgel against you to make you go to work. I mean, I just can't imagine, I can't get my head around this guy's morality.
Well, I think he said a lot by bringing in fabric of society, because what he's saying is that for him, the fabric of society is quilted through punishment, through leverage, through precarity, that the well-being not just of yourself, but your actual children is dependent on you going out, participating in the marketplace, hoping it goes well enough for you. Because the alternative that this guy proposes is punishment.
Yeah.
Punishment for children, punishment for babies, punishment for the elderly, for spouses. It's a level of cruelty that is just, it's hard for us to imagine because we have basic empathy, man.
Yeah. I mean,
we don't want children to go sick.
Even if their parents are layabouts. Like, I
don't care what a parent is.
I think that the number of people who would actually fall into that, or just like genuinely like immoral, lazy layabouts, I think that the number of people that exist like that are vanishingly small, but I think even if they have children, their children should have health care.
Right. Like, I don't care if that person is the worst person
on
earth. Yes.
A literal murderer.
If there's a child, the child deserves health care. Just like they deserve a safe, healthy life and a good education and a safe home. It's really, and the thing that will piss me off more than anything, and I have intentionally not looked it up because of this, but I would bet you money the state senator Chris Elliott describes himself as pro-life. I bet he's real pro-life. He's so pro-life that he thinks it's okay to punish children. Deny children health care because of what their parents may or may not do.
Yeah. It's just, it's bizarre. I can't understand.
It makes me sick. It
really
makes me
does.
sick to think that a person with this mentality has any position of authority over other human beings.
Yeah.
What kind of mentality does this guy have when he sits down every year for the budget and when he reviews legislation? You think he gives a damn about any of us?
No.
All right, everybody, that's going to be it for us today on the radio. As always, we really appreciate you joining us. And if you would like to stay with us for our overtime segment off the air, please go to Facebook or YouTube, look for the Valley Labor Report, and we will be continuing the show off the air, taking a look back at some of the biggest labor stories of 2023. Specifically, the UAW and the Teamsters, so you'll definitely want to join us for that. For the rest of y'all, thanks again for joining us, and be sure to join us again next week as we return to our regular live broadcasting. So thank you again for listening. I hope you all have a great new year, and as always, all power to the workers. All right, folks, we are off the radio. We are freed once again from the shackles of the evil empire. I mean, the FCC censors. So like I said, we have a great overtime prepared. So don't go anywhere. We will be going on another short break. So just sit back, listen to some great music, take a restroom break, go get a snack, go get some popcorn, and then join us again in about a minute 30 for more Valley Labor Report.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you, I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell. Come on, you poor workers, good news to you, I'll tell. How the good old union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no code. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
Welcome back, everybody. You are still listening to the Valley Labor Report, or most likely you're watching if you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube. This is Alabama's only union talk radio show, and we are now in overtime, and we have some more great best of clips. We are delving into some of the big stories that we covered in 2023, specifically the two biggest ones, the Teamsters and their negotiations with the UPS, and then the UAW and their negotiations with the big three automakers. So we've pulled together some of the clips that we felt were the most representative of those particular stories, and they'll give you the broadest gist of how everything played out. And once again, folks, you can trust me. This is a face that you can't see, but you can trust it. If you saw it, you would say that there is a face I can trust. When I say that this next round of videos, UPS and the Teamsters, UAW and the Big Three, that will wrap up the show, and there will be absolutely nothing more following this next round of videos, you can absolutely trust this face behind the microphone. You can hear it. You can hear my face and how trustworthy it is. There will absolutely be nothing else. So definitely do not stick around.
The Teamsters voted to strike by 97% nationally. 97% of the folks who voted to authorize a strike. This is really huge news, and this is where I want to solicit phone calls from Teamsters. I saw Will in the chat. I know that Jose typically listens, and I know that we do have a Teamster for UPS, at least one that I know of here in Huntsville that listens pretty regularly. Not going to be able to take calls during the main show, but at 11 o'clock, which is only now 25 minutes away, we will be able to take calls. And so, get ready for that if you can, if you have time, and if you'd be interested. Would love to hear from some UPSers during this show. So the phone number, so that you can go ahead and have it, is 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857.
Yeah, just a reminder, we can't take calls during the main show this morning because of the issues with the FM feed.
Yeah.
I know we did just have a caller I just saw get off the air. So I apologize, caller, to whoever that was.
Yeah. But call back.
You can call back after 11,
minutes.
and we'll get you on the air. But yeah, sorry about that. You wouldn't have been able to be heard on the FM radio, so it would have just been dead air.
Yeah. So, the Teamsters voted to strike by 97% nationally. Some locals had an even higher strike percentage. The leadership of the union has been campaigning for a strike authorization vote. Sean O'Brien urged people to vote to authorize them to strike. And so, and just so people understand, a strike authorization vote is not necessarily a vote to strike. It is a vote to authorize the bargaining team to call a strike. It's basically giving that power to the bargaining committee. But that means that the membership has given them the authority to call a strike, and the leadership of the union has made it very clear that come July 31st, which is the expiration of the contract, there will be no extension, and if they don't have a contract in place, that they will be striking on August the 1st. So They've been very clear about that, although I will just say, talking about the Teamsters and Sean O'Brien being very clear about stuff, they were also very clear about refusing to begin national negotiations until regional negotiations had concluded, which they did not do. They have begun national contract negotiations, and to my understanding, they have still not wrapped up all the regional negotiations. I think that the reason that they said that they started national negotiations, even though they haven't finished regional negotiations, is that they're like substantially complete. They're like really basic, that that they're saying that they're really most of the way there, that they're just kind of ironing out some kinks. But I was kind of disappointed to see that kind of backtracking, but I don't know. Hopefully he knows what he's doing, Sean O'Brien and the bargaining team there, and we'll see if he is as strong on the commitment to strike on August 1st. We'll see what happens there, but it would definitely be a very big deal if they do go on strike August 1st, which is only in 6 weeks now. And one of the things that I want to do here in the next couple of weeks is get on the leadership of our local Teamsters union to talk about what the effect would be locally here in Huntsville of a UPS strike. But just speaking nationally, it would mean 350,000 workers going on strike. That would be the biggest strike in the country since the middle of the last century. It would be the biggest strike against a single employer in the history of the country, which is really wild. UPS transports 6% of GDP daily, which is that's a lot of money moving around, a lot of capital moving around. That UPS's investors and their customers are really not going to be happy if that doesn't happen. And so, I want to address something that is that a lot of people will say, and that's that, these people, they make good money. They make good money. Why are they going to strike? And, just
like, I'm not stupid, and I don't want to be, I don't want to advocate for the Teamsters from a position of dishonesty or anything, or for the advocate for the UPS employees from a position of dishonesty, or kind of obfuscating the reality. And the reality is that there are some people that work for UPS who make really good money. My uncle, who was the chief steward of the Teamsters in Huntsville for UPS back in the 90s and early 2000s, he retired in like 2002 making $32 an hour as a mechanic, right? No college degree or anything like that. And $32 an hour in 2002 is pretty different than $32 an hour today, right? Also, you know, the conditions at UPS have changed since 2000. They are a little bit worse, but there are still people who, like, you know, if you're a full-time driver for UPS, after 4 years, you're making like $40 an hour in Huntsville. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at the contract, but the contract is public information. If you want to see what UPS drivers in your area are making, the full-time ones, you can look it up. It's all really pretty out in the open. And so that's good, and I'm happy for them, and their insurance is really good, the retirement is really good. And this is for the full-time drivers, and I'm going to talk about, you know, how many people are not that. But, you know, while we're just focusing on these full-time drivers, you know, there is a degree to which they have it really good. But I would say, even if all the employees at UPS were taken care of as well as the full-time drivers, I would still support them striking to get more. Why would I do that? Because look at the other side. In 2022, UPS made 13 point something billion dollars in profit. And just to remind people what profit is, right? Profit is revenue minus expenses. So, you know, they're getting some tens, dozens of billions of dollars in revenue, but they don't take all of that home, quote unquote, right? A lot of that goes to paying labor costs. A lot of it goes to capital improvements, to repairing trucks, to buying new trucks, to facility upkeep, building new warehouses, you know, all this stuff. There's a lot of money that goes into keeping up UPS, right? But profit is what you have left over after you've paid for everything. So $13.9 billion in profit. And that is a lot of profit. That's a lot to go around. And the executive pay has been increasing, while in real dollars, the pay of the drivers, even the ones that are well off, is decreasing. And so I think I would support them going on strike to get more of the value that they create. And this is the thing, right? Why? Because if that was the case and all these UPSers were making $30, $40 an hour, the entire conversation would be about, oh, they're so greedy, these greedy union workers. And it's never, ever about, look at this CEO making millions, tens of millions of dollars. They're greedy. Why is it that they're not giving up some of the money that they have to keep the machinery of UPS running? Of whatever company running. It's always about the workers and never about the company. Because if the company gave the workers what they wanted, what they needed, gave up more of the value that the workers create, workers would never strike, right? So, you know, just from a fundamental principle of fairness, I think it is crazy to suggest that the UPSers should not strike and should not get more of the value that they create. Okay? But that is the position of full-time UPS drivers is not the position of many people working at UPS. In fact, most people at UPS now don't make that. They're not in the same position as the full-time drivers. This is from Jacobin and Labor Notes, who co-published an article about the 97% strike vote authorization. 60% of the workforce now is part-time, making around the minimum wage in many regions of the country. 60% of the workforce is part-time.
A lot of these people literally making near the minimum wage, okay? So we're, in fact, not talking about a workforce full of people making $30, $40 an hour. In fact, we're talking about a workforce that is majority low to middle, low to low middle wage workers. So don't allow people to confuse you when they throw out these stats about full-time drivers, because that's not the reality that most UPS workers face. Drivers in many locations are forced to work 6 days a week. They're forced to work. It's not voluntary. They have to work up to 6 days a week and up to 14 hours a day. Managers follow drivers in personal vehicles and relentlessly harass workers to scare them into working faster. In 2018, former Teamsters president James Hoffa forced a contract on members despite a majority voting against the contract. So back in 2018, a majority of UPS Teamsters said, no, we don't like this contract. But because of some old provision in the Constitution of the Teamsters, you could not, the executive board was authorized to impose a contract on a workforce if they did not vote more than 60% against it. So, so they voted, the executive board imposed this contract on them. And that contract kept part-time wages low and established a new second-tier 22-4 driver position. And the 22-4 position is named that way because of the section in the contract that establishes that position. Continuing from the Jacobin article, which resulted in new drivers making less money than existing drivers, despite doing the exact same work. It also gave this new second tier of drivers fewer overtime protections. So that is kind of the reality that a lot of UPS workers are facing right now. And so what are they asking for in these contract negotiations? UPS Teamsters are demanding a significant pay increase for part-timers to $25 an hour. They are demanding an elimination of the second-tier wages for package car drivers. They're saying we should all be on the same wage scale. They are saying that they're demanding an end to a forced sixth day of work. They are demanding raising pension payouts for 60,000 workers so that they're more equal across the country. They're demanding no driver-facing cameras. They want more holidays and an end to subcontracting and the use of gig workers, because that's another issue, is that some of the work now that UPS is doing is not even being done by UPS workers. It's being subcontracted out to people who pay less. And so the union at UPS wants to bring this labor in-house, which makes a lot of sense. And these are all eminently doable and reasonable demands from the union, from these workers. So let's look at the other side. What does Wall Street want from this UPS contract? And it's important to understand what Wall Street wants, because 60% of UPS is owned by private equity firms. And the majority of those stocks are owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. So really, the most parasitic of vampiric organizations on the face of the planet. So what does Wall Street want out of the UPS contract? They want steady and massive profits, and they want more. From their perspective, UPS is one of the great success stories of the pandemic. From 2012 to 2019, UPS yearly profits ranged from $7 to $8 billion. In 2020, when the rest of the economy was suffering from the pandemic, UPS made over $8.7 billion in profits, more than they had in the last decade. In the years since, they have reported the largest profits in its history. $13.1 billion in 2021 and $13.9 billion in 2022. So, Wall Street wants to further increase these profits in 2023 by asking for flexibility to schedule employees to work any of the 7 days in a week. They want installation of driver-facing cameras to harass workers, and they want to continue and expand the use of subcontracting and gig workers. And so, just imagine, you're coming off, you have made more money
than ever in the history of your organization. And you are not honoring and respecting the people who made that possible and saying, I am so glad, I am so thankful that our team has come together and done so well during this pandemic. While a lot of people were working from home, while a lot of people were laid off and getting unemployment during the first 6 months of the pandemic or so, UPS drivers were still out there working. I'm so thankful of the sacrifices that UPS workers have made for this company that I'm going to honor them and respect them and not only am I not going to ask for any concessions, I'm going to say, you deserve more. You deserve some of this extra value that you've created. That is the common sense if you were thinking as a human instead of a lizard person, right? That's what you would be doing. But instead of doing that, after getting more profits than ever in the history of their company, UPS is saying, we want actually more than that. We want more than that, and we want more than that consistently, and we want you to give up more of what you get from the value that you create. Not only are we not going to say, yes, you deserve more and we have more to go around, so you're going to get more, they're saying, actually, wow, all these profits look really cool. I want to take more of it from you. Vampires, ghouls. Yeah, I don't know what else to, so that's kind of the situation here. That's kind of the situation here. And so I want folks to understand that when the corporate media, when local news, when right-wing shock jocks come on the radio, come on the TV, write in opinion columns and say, oh, these greedy union workers. Like, this is going to be up on YouTube later, okay? Go back and check this out on YouTube at the Valley Labor Report and just remind yourself of, like, what's actually going on. Because these people aren't going to want you to remember that. Really gross stuff. We've got Will in the chat from California. He's a UPS driver and a Teamster. He says, yeah, we make good money, but inflation has wiped that away. Also, we risked our lives keeping society running during the pandemic. We deal with extreme heat during the summer months. This job isn't a joke, and we need to be compensated fairly for it. And that point about the extreme heat is really important because there were drivers showing that during the summer last year that their trucks were getting up to 150 degrees. 150 degrees inside of the back where they keep their packages, where they have to come in and out of, all day, right? Gets up to 150 degrees in there, and they don't have air conditioning in these trucks. They don't have air conditioning in the cabs. They don't have air conditioning in the back. They don't have air conditioning anywhere in these trucks. And so fortunately, one of the things that that UPS has agreed to is they have agreed now to air conditioning in these new contract negotiations. They've come to a tentative agreement to say, okay, yeah, sure, in 2023, we'll install air conditioning in our trucks, which would cost, I think the estimate from the union to do this across the organization was something like tens of millions of dollars, maybe 50, maybe $100 million. Not very much, right? When you think about $13.9 billion of profit, you just take like a fraction of a % of that, and you can give air conditioning to all these people. But until 2023, until there was the strike threat, the lizard people that are in charge of UPS said, not really. We're not really super interested in that. We'll just let you have heat strokes, actually. That's what sounds good to me, is my workers having heat strokes. So yeah, really exciting news on that front. Teamsters authorized a strike by 97%, and in 6 weeks, the union says if we don't have a contract, we're going to go on strike. So be ready to support them. I'll be on the picket line here in Huntsville. Teddy Ostro is a journalist.
He is a freelance journalist, and he is host of the Upsurge podcast. That is a podcast that has been going on for some time now about this fight between the Teamsters and UPS. He's been covering these contract negotiations long before anybody in the mainstream media has, before they realized that this was going on. Our first coverage of this, I believe, was almost exactly a year ago when we brought on Brother Tony Rosario from New York, Local 804, to talk about the contract negotiations and the contract campaign negotiations had not begun yet. But nobody has been as thorough and as consistent in their coverage as Teddy. So we're really excited to have him on to talk about this. Teddy, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me again. Nice to see y'all.
Yep, you too. So let's go ahead and talk about this tentative agreement. That's what's on everybody's mind over the last week or so. The tentative agreement was announced on Tuesday. The highlights went out, and the full contract actually went out pretty soon after that. It was Wednesday or Thursday that the full contract came out. So, now everybody's had at least a couple of days to read the contract. I wouldn't imagine that most of us have read the full thing. I've taken a look at some of the articles, but Teddy, talk to us about what's in the TA and put it in context.
Sure. Yeah. I did read through the whole thing. I am not a lawyer, so I've been talking to a bunch of people to try to fully understand it. I don't know if I'm fully there yet. Probably most of the membership hasn't actually read the whole thing, and they aren't fully there yet. Some of the folks I trust deeply are still trying to understand some of the language because this is complicated stuff. So I just want to preface it that way. There's a lot of stuff in it. I can go through just quickly some of the most important things. I think a lot of it has already been talked about on this show. For one, they did eliminate the 2-tier driver system, which was an enormous sticking point, which really was the impetus for, electing Sean O'Brien in 2021. And for this contract campaign, that was one of the biggest key issues. So they did eliminate that, which is a huge deal. And this is setting precedent for other companies to delete their own tiers, to abolish their own tiers, such as the, auto contracts that are coming up, big 3 auto contract expirations for the UAW. That's a huge part of their mandate. Right. So moving on, we can talk about the raises. There was a general wage increase of $7.50, which, there's a lot of talk about wages, but $7.50 general wage increase. Compared to the last contract, that is very, very good. Some people are making even more, across the contract. Let's see, if we keep going, there's seems to be more going into pensions. We still have to wait on that for the supplementals to come out and see.
Paul Prescott in the chat mentioned that, that there's some really significant pension improvements, like even $1,000 a month more in some cases. Right.
Yeah, I think there's $1,000 increase in the monthly pension payout for 60,000 workers in the central and southern regions. I have to say this is one of the things that I am trying to understand right now, and I'm talking with some folks, so I can't speak heavily on this, but from what I hear, there is a significant increase for a sizable number of the workers. But again, I want to hear from some folks after talking about the supplementals. Full-time jobs is also really a big one, important thing. They created 7,500 new full-time inside jobs, 22 threes they're called according to the contract. And this is a pretty big deal because last time in 2018, they said they wanted to create 5,000 new full-time jobs. It wasn't, however, there were loopholes about what those jobs would be. What is really desired is full-time jobs inside the warehouse, right? And creating these from part-time jobs, giving part-time workers the opportunity to get full-time jobs. And this has just simply not been the case since the last contract. And even further back, some of the wins from 97, from 2002 weren't fulfilled because of basically the previous administration didn't want to fulfill them. They didn't care to, enforce the contract, which is very necessary. Anyway, so there's 7,500 new full-time jobs, which is a big deal. And it doesn't appear like there's any sort of loophole to fill these jobs with other jobs, give it to full-timers. This seems pretty concrete, but it will be up to the union to, I think, enforce it again. Moving on to working conditions, there apparently will be no driver facing cameras, or at least the audio and video functions will be disabled, which is, was a big demand last year, especially when we were comparing, UPSers were comparing the lack of air conditioning in the package car. Meanwhile, this surveillance device that was being introduced in some package cars, presumably to discipline the drivers. So additional to that is that they can't use some of the other technologies. They can't use them solely for discipline, or they have to use other factors to discipline drivers. There are remaining driver facing sensors that will be used for training purposes. But yeah, it looks like that these are out. They're not fully out of the package car, perhaps. But this appears to me like a gain. Of course, we all know about the air conditioning and new package fleet starting in next year with purchased package cars. And you can stop me at any point. I'm just going through because there's a lot in this. And these are some of very important wins, and we can get to whether, the reaction of the membership. But air conditioning in new package cars, heat shields and ventilation retrofitted, within 18 months, basically the entire fleet. This should be helpful to some folks. I mean, I know some people were concerned that it won't affect the entire fleet super soon, but nonetheless, it's better than, from my perspective, it's better than having no air conditioning and no heat shields and no ventilation.
Right. It
as
really
I keep
is
going,
amazing. I mean, just to dwell on that for a second,
Mm-hmm.
that UPS has made it so long without putting air conditioning in their package cars.
Yes.
Like, this is not an expensive thing to do at all. And the idea that they just haven't done it for so long is wild to me.
Yeah.
And just to linger there for a second, and we can continue talking about the specific provisions in the contract, but maybe it's important in the tentative agreement, but maybe it's important to just linger on here for a second, which is this was unthinkable about a year ago. That something as simple as air conditioning would be put in the package car. And you have to ask, why did they get it? And it's what you said earlier in the show, which is they launched a year-long contract campaign. They organized like hell. They mobilized. They educated people. I mean, especially in the past month or so, by mobilizing people, organizing people into practice pickets, rallies, parking lot meetings, really thousands of members going into some of these webinars, especially with the help of Teamsters for a Democratic Union. They built a credible strike threat. And by doing that, that is the only reason they are getting, what appears to be a number of really big gains. Of course, there are questions that some members are having, and I don't know, we can talk about it if you'd like, about they want to win more. But the narrative here, I think, in this TA is that workers fought and they won. And this is going to have reverberations around the labor movement. I think it's really important to linger on the point, and I can continue going through some of the stuff. There's other big important things in this that we can talk about as well, like eliminating forced overtime, the sixth punch specifically. Basically, workers were made to come in. They were able to be forced in on the sixth day. Now that won't be the case. You can work that sixth day if you want to. You can't be forced in to do it. And this was a huge demand by package car drivers specifically. And to be specific about it, package car drivers won't be able to be forced in on a sixth day. I think other workers will be able to. But for package car drivers who were forced in 6 days a week, 14 hours a day, especially during like the height of the e-commerce boom and the pandemic, this is life-changing stuff.
Absolutely.
now to keep going. Martin Luther King Day is a paid holiday. It does look like there are some provisions to prevent specifically semi-truck driver work called feeder work in UPS, to prevent some subcontracting of that work. That is another field that is far more complicated, and I'm trying to talk to some folks to really understand what's going on there. It looks like they are limiting personal vehicle drivers. Those are the gig drivers. They're not completely gone, but they're limiting the peak season in which they were able to operate, and as well as they're giving priority to part-time workers in order to take those roles with an 8-hour guarantee. Part of the problem with this stuff is that specifically the gig work is there was kind of like a free-for-all about how these folks could be treated around the country. This is now, it's more concrete about how these guys are going to be treated. Some people had car insurance provided by UPS, others didn't. Now they're all going to get insurance. They're all going to get mileage reimbursements. And so, they're not gone, but it does look like the practice will be more curtailed. And yeah, I may have missed some stuff, and we can dig into some things. I didn't dig deep into some of the stuff that some UPSers out there probably wanted more from. But overall, what we're looking at is like a contract that is far, far better than 2018, probably far better than those in the past few decades.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate. You and I were talking yesterday, I think, about Jane McAlevy's article in The Nation, and we felt like that framing was just so good that there really are, genuinely a lot of gains here. One of the things that you didn't mention was the part-timers, that there have been a lot of part-timers that have been organizing for $25 an hour, and so $21 an hour definitely falls significantly short of that. But there are people across the country and right here in Alabama who are part-timers working for $15.50 an hour. And so if this contract goes through, or if it doesn't go through and they get something better, but just on the $21 an hour, thinking about, as of August 1st, having a $5.50 an hour raise for hundreds, thousands of workers across the state of Alabama, across the country, that's huge, right? And of course,
it's enormous.
It is. I mean, it is enormous, and the 21 an hour is certainly not enough in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco and New York, and that was a really big part of the 25 demand there. But even what is in the tentative agreement is, I mean, it's a lot better, right? What was the? Do you remember the increase in the raises from the 2018 contract for comparison's sake?
This is something I've been meaning to do, so I won't be able to tell you right now. I'm trying to do as much comparison as possible. I'm also looking back to 97. So I don't know. What I do know and can tell you is I'm talking to folks who've been here for 20 years or so, and they're like, I've never seen a general wage increase like this. So that I see that as quite big.
Yeah, $7.50 over per hour at a minimum over the next 5 years.
Right. And just apologies to not specifically talk about like the part-time stuff, because that is what the contract talks broke down on July 5th, came back to the table. This is presumably what they were negotiating and to settle on this, right? So $7.50 general wage increase, it could be actually substantially larger than that for some folks,
right?
Because basically what's happening is if you're under 21, if you're a part-timer and you're under $21 an hour, you either get the first year you get $275 immediate raise, or you boost right up to $21 an hour, whichever one's higher. Then part-timers who have longevity of 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 10 to 15 years, there's a scale. You are going to make an extra 50 cents to $1.50 an hour more. So some folks are getting $7.50, some folks are getting more than that. So these wage increases, up to interpretation, whether they're what people, I think we can safely say they're not what people deserve. People deserve far more. Folks probably deserve, people were talking about how these full-time drivers don't deserve $49 an hour. I would say they deserve a lot more than that. I would say the part-timers deserve a lot more than 21 or 25 or 30, but in relative terms, and especially for this labor movement, this time, workers fought and they got enormous gains in this tentative agreement.
Exactly, and that's there's been a lot of there's been a lot of people echoing some of those things that Jane said in that article from The Nation. Paul mentioned it in the chat today. Paul Prescott, he's been on the show before. He's an organizer for Teamsters for a Democratic Union. I have one of their shirts on right now that I got at Labor Notes last year. And he said that it's important and possible and I think necessary, right, to hold these two things in your head. That this is not, there weren't, as far as we can tell, concessions. The Teamsters didn't give anything to UPS, and they got more than they have at least since 97. And that is because of everything that's happened over the last year. But and if you don't recognize that there was work done, and it was to a degree successful over the last year, because so many people put in so many hours over the last year on this contract campaign. And if you can't recognize that won things at the bargaining table, then, it does kind of become disempowering if people, run around calling this a, like a sellout contract, right? I mean, there's a difference between we deserve more and I believe we can get more and saying it's a sellout contract, right?
Exactly. We talked about this the other day. I think we can look, I'm talking to members right now, and like tons and tons of members. I think I told you I must have at least talked to over 50 at this point, individual people from around the country. And like what I'm hearing is the predominant thing I'm hearing is this is a solid contract. We won. Mm-hmm. But there is some sense, right, that we could have won more. And that's a healthy thing to believe. Yes. And that's actually incredible that you are like, you won this contract, this tentative agreement. It's not, we still have to see whether it's going to be voted up or down, but to believe that you have the power to have more. That's an incredible thing. For example, as far as I can tell, you're right. I don't see, I guess it depends on your definition of concession, but I don't see any concessions. A lot of folks are talking about one specific thing that it looks like there's a new wage tier. Arguably there's a new wage tier among part-timers because newcomers will be on a progression that will make them seemingly until the next contract permanently, making less than current part-timers. Mm-hmm. And that's arguably a tier, right? But it's a little bit different than like the 22-4 second tier driving, which is new hires didn't get things right. They didn't have 9-5 rights, the excessive overtime rights, and they got less money than the first tier drivers. That's a concession. Here, one group is getting a bigger boost than the other, but both are getting boosts. And you can debate all day. I'm not going to say one thing or another about whether they should do this or should not do that. I'm not a UPS worker. You guys are the ones who are watching. You guys are the ones who are going to decide whether or not this is enough for you guys. But that we have to be real about what we're looking at. That's not a concession. That's not a concession. And yeah, the folks who I'm talking to, as I said, I'm, looking at this from the outside, there is a feeling that like in my mind, I'm like, what could have been won with a strike? What could this country look like with a strike? Or as Jane McAlevey asked in that Nation article, what would this strike have looked like if they had delayed negotiations to line up with the auto workers contracts, right? The big three contracts that expire in mid-September. what could be, what's the reality of what could have been won? Those are really healthy and really important questions to ask.
Like how much leverage, a power analysis, like Jane talks about.
Exactly.
Do we have enough power to win more? And I think, I think you and I are, or at least I am, I won't speak for you, I'm sympathetic to the argument that there is more on the table. But also, like you said, that is for the UPS Teamsters to decide, and one of the things that we want to do with bringing you on and over the next week or so is helping people to get educated. And while I'm talking about helping people get educated, there are a couple programs on YouTube that are run by Teamsters that are really good at this stuff, and that's Roswell Hub and the Biweekly Grievance. Both of those run by UPS Teamsters, and on the Roswell Hub, they just put up 2 hours, a 2-hour video of like line by line through the contract with Greg Kerwood. So
he's doing God's work.
Doing God's work, absolutely. So definitely check those out if you're a UPS Teamster. We've only been able to get to the highlights right now. And some of the member reactions, and what you're seeing is similar to what I'm seeing. We got this text message last week saying, "Hello, Mason from UPS Local 89 in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I just got word that new hires and anyone under 21 will now receive $21 an hour effective immediately. It seems like the strike will not happen now, and it's so exciting." And then there are people in the like I've seen people in the chat saying more or less, and I apologize, I'm not going to be able to say your name because it's been going by fairly quickly, but saying more or less, this is a good contract, and therefore I'm voting yes. And there are other people that are saying, it's a good contract, but we could get more, and so I'm voting no.
Right.
And that seems to be kind of where the membership is right now.
And I'll say also, like, I actually sort of polled some of my friends who are online but aren't following this as much as me. I'm kind of like, what are you, like, I asked genuinely, like, what are you seeing? Someone who's not me, someone who's paying attention, literally talking to dozens and dozens of workers. And they see stuff, they see some of the critique, they see the excitement, and they're kind of like, okay, I guess there's like, this is kind of a win. And thankfully, I think there's more and more coming out that is just emphasizing that this is a win. And even some of the folks, I think, who were like had emotional reactions to the highlights, to a first glance at the at the actual contract language. Let's remember, this came out, the highlights came out on Tuesday. I believe the actual language came out on Thursday. It's been a hell of a week, forgive me, but people are having emotional reactions. People are reading it. People don't fully understand it, or they do understand it and they're upset, or they're incredibly happy. So the voting will take place between August 3rd and August 22nd. There's a lot to learn. The UPSers are going to talk to each other, going to learn from each other. They're going to think about this. Thankfully, we have people to kind of put it in perspective, like Jane McAlevey. Also, other folks, I think, out there, Luis Felice Leon has been taken to Twitter to really, put this all in historical context, which is really, really valuable. People need to understand that.
I'm sorry. We're going off the radio now. See you next week, radio folks. Sorry, okay, now we're off the radio. Sorry, I totally lost track of time. And so now we're we can wrap this. We can keep going, and so continue your thought. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I think I mostly completed the thought, which is we need to like understand this in historical context. We need to trust the workers to make their own decisions. I've seen some people take to Twitter or other, and also I hate to keep talking about Twitter because that's not real life, or it can be partially real life. But folks trying to tell people what they should and should not do, and they're not even Teamsters. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to tell you what to do, but just don't do that. Support the workers and what their decisions are. Right. And I am on the edge of my seat to see what's going to happen. I think it would be disingenuous not to say that there are folks out there who are pushing for a vote no, publicly. And
Right.
Will that succeed? We will have to wait and see. I'm sure there's folks in the chat who are saying vote no, vote yes. This is up to the UPSers to decide, and we're gonna watch. This is not over yet, and I think a lot of media has irresponsibly kind of talked about this. It's a done deal, and unfortunately, what that does is that deleverages sort of all the power that UPSers have built. Of course, it's not all gone, but to say that there's a deal, suddenly the workers are striking rather than UPS striking itself. I think media, we need to keep pushing also on mainstream media to cover this accurately and appropriately.
I agree. I do, a regular segment on a conservative radio show here in the area, and that's kind of how he framed it. It was like, oh, so there's no strike, and I was like, that's up to the members. The members get to vote on this, and it's important that we recognize that because unlike so many workplaces, there's some amount of democracy in the Teamsters and UPS, and that's super important to emphasize. And so the members do have the members are going to have the final say, and we'll see what happens. And I can certainly understand either one. And so I think that I don't think that I've got any other questions for you, Teddy. Is there anything else that you wanted to wrap up with?
I think that covers it. At this point, it's a wait and see moment. But I think just to emphasize once again, in this situation, workers fought and they won. And they could win more, perhaps, either whether it's the next contract or it's still this contract. But that's the message I'm taking, and I think that's the message that the broader labor movement should take. When you fight, you win.
Yep. Teddy Ostro, host of the Upsurge, freelance labor reporter. You can find his work in These Times Magazine, The Real News Network, The Nation, The New Republic, I believe you've got bylines in just about everywhere. Also follow him on Twitter at Teddy Ostro. Thanks again. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Sean Orr is a UPS Teamster and co-chair of the Teamsters for a Democratic Union. He joins us live now. Sean, thanks for taking the time to talk to us this morning. I really appreciate it.
Hey, brother. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. The contract is ratified now. Like I said, overwhelmingly, really just a huge amount of support from the members. And so, Sean, that means that, everybody can just kind of like disengage, stop going to union meetings, go to brunch for the next 5 years, and, just let loose, right?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what that means. No, absolutely not. No, we've got...
Come on, Sean.
I know. I would love to. Take some time off. But, a contract fight is never an end-all game. There's always more that needs to be done. There's always more that's left on the table. There's always things that need to be built upon. And we definitely got some more initiative than we had previously. I think workers on the job really took the initiative in this contract fight. We defined the terms of what what our union was going to be advocating at the table, and we defined the terms of what the company had to accept if they wanted to avoid a strike. Now, that's not fixed. That's not a fixed position, right? Like, on the shop floor, somebody's always got the initiative. It's either us workers or it's the company. And if we're resting on our laurels, think, wow, man, we got this. Like King of the Hill, we won this spot. Guess what? Tomorrow the company's going to knock you out of that. They're going to pivot. They're going to come swinging from a different area. We have to constantly
Sean, now you're telling me that it's possible that UPS would violate a contract that they agreed to?
Yeah, they definitely would, especially one that they didn't want. I think that there's a lot of things there in this new contract that we're going to. The company's not going to enforce this contract on us. We're going to enforce this contract. We always have. And we're going to have to do that every single day for the next 5 years. Militant contract enforcement on the job. That's what myself, and thousands of other rank and file militants are going to be focusing on these next 5 years.
What does that look
enforcement
like?
of this contract.
Yeah, what does that look like exactly day to day? What are you going to be doing, and what should members across the country be doing to make sure that UPS does follow the contract? Because even though it would be great to live in a world where everybody was a good faith actor, and that when companies agreed to a contract, they wouldn't violate the contract and do everything that they can to undercut workers. But that's not the world that we live in, and we know that companies will do that. So what are you going to be doing, and what should UPS Teamsters across the country be doing to make sure that that all of the gains that were won in this contract are actually realized by the workers?
So I think the first thing that everybody's got to do, all the militants got to do, and all the activists on the job have to do, is they have to go over what we won in this contract with as many of their coworkers as possible. Walk through it line by line, especially the things that, not the dollars and cents, not the wages that we won, but more of the contract language that we won and the contract language that we currently have. Get that out as much as possible and get as many people involved in enforcing that on the job as you possibly can. Because UPS, just like any other workplace, is the exact same thing. A supervisor, they want to do something, right? A manager wants to do something. They know it's against a contract. They look around. They don't see a steward in sight. They're like, well, there's no steward. There's no union here, so I can just kind of do whatever I want. And they'll have supervisors do union work. They'll violate people's seniority. They will violate our safety language in the workplace. They'll violate people's 8-hour requests, their 9-5 requests, whatever that is. And they just think, well, no steward, no union, right? We need to change that culture on the job. We need to demonstrate that the entire membership are the union, and that any member can enforce this contract. It doesn't have to be a steward. It doesn't have to be a local officer. It can be any member of this union. And that comes down to making sure that our work's protected, that supervisors are not doing it. It comes down to making sure that everybody who is scheduled to work is working, that the company is not just sending people home. That comes down to enforcing our seniority rights on the job. Seniority prevails in all circumstances. And I think we need to take that phrase and we need to run with it as far as we possibly can. There's a lot of different things that we're going to have here that I think we need to build off of. I mean, for drivers, we got this new changes to our 8-hour request language. With us drivers, we don't get a limit to our overtime outside of the federally mandated DOT hours of 14-hour day. So they can work you up to 14 hours, right? But as drivers, we can put in a request for an 8-hour day where they schedule you just to work for 8 hours. And they violate it all the time. But we got a little bit of stronger language in here now. Language that, in my opinion, means that we can take some work off of our trucks and guarantee that 8-hour day ourselves. Now, all of that stuff is just, words on a piece of paper until it's put into practice. And I think we have to go about setting the standards and setting a new precedent of what is going to be allowed in this contract. Because that's going to give us just, the biggest amount of room possible. And the company's going to go into work expecting, everything to be the same. They're not going to tell their supervisors and their managers, hey, here's all the new changes in the contract, stick to them. They're not going to do that. It's business as usual. They're going to just act like nothing happened. And if they're acting like nothing happened and we act like nothing happened, guess what? Nothing probably happened. This contract didn't really matter. We have to go and we have to put the work in of actually enforcing this on the job and building off of it, because there's a lot more ground to cover than what we just got in this most recent round. And we have to be prepared and positioned to win all that we can over the next 5 years.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all great stuff, Sean. Is there anything else that you think is important to talk about regarding the UPS Teamster contract and enforcement in this fight before we move on to our next topic?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would add to that is that, we do have a lot more work to be done at UPS. I think that we've demonstrated something. We learned something this most recent round, which is, we went into this contract fight with a bunch of demands, mostly around pay stuff, right? We want to get rid of a 2-tier wage system. We want all drivers paid the same. We want part-timers to get a big pay increase. We want to get an extra paid holiday or two. It's a lot of pay stuff, right? And we went into this expecting, to really hit a wall, right? And probably have to go on strike over it. Yeah, we didn't. The company TA'd a lot of our demands. They TA'd eliminating the 22-4 classification, our 2-tier driver system, day one of this contract. That's kind of crazy. They TA'd the AC and trucks. We got a significant pay increase for part-timers. I think that we learned something. We learned that UPS is willing to pay a lot of money to avert a strike. And those were the demands that we brought to the table. We brought a bunch of demands around money and around getting a bigger slice of the pie. I think that what we need to do next go around is we need to get a bigger slice of the power on the job. We got paid, but the company is going to still be violating our contract. More importantly, they're going to be violating our rights as human beings on the job. They're going to be forcing us to work. They're going to be dictating to us. They're going to be telling us what to do. I think that we need to get more out of the basic assertion of human dignity on the job and asserting it on the spot, not, filing a grievance and waiting for that to get resolved 6 months from now, but contract on the spot enforcement. I think there's a lot that we can build off of toward that. I think we started getting a little taste of it with this contract fight. But that's the questions of human dignity, I think, are going to go on past this. I'm really inspired by what the UAW folks are fighting for. I think, when I heard their demand around 4 days of work with 5 days of pay, I was looking around like, damn, why didn't we think of that? That's awesome. Yeah. But, I think there's a lot to be built off of. And this kind of new moment we're coming into with a labor movement is going to serve a lot of inspiration for myself and my coworkers.
We wanted to talk about, probably one of the biggest things to happen in labor this month.
And something we'll probably need to dive into a lot more later.
Yeah. But we just wanted to, touch on it here, is that it is all but certain that that Shawn Fain, UAW reformer on the Members United slate, backed by the UAWD Reform Caucus, he's all but certain to win the international presidency of the UAW. I say all but certain because all the votes are not counted yet, but he has a 500 vote lead with only 600 votes to be counted. So,
hey y'all, this is Joe, the video editor. Sorry for the interruption, but Jacob wanted me to give you an update on the situation that actually, since this segment was recorded, the election was officially called for Shawn Fain. That was on March 25th by the election monitor. So there's an update on the situation. Everything is all finalized, and the UAW is looking forward to starting a new chapter. So keep an eye on them. All right, back to your regularly scheduled broadcast.
It would be super wacky if he did not win. And he is, he's all but declared victory. He said, let's get all these votes counted and let's, move forward. So, huge deal in the UAW.
Nearly 80 years of top-down one-party rule has come to an end. That is significant.
Yeah, Labor Notes has a good story on it by Luis Leon and Jane Slaughter. But one of the quotes that I think is really the most, hopefully, the most indicative of where the union is going to go under the new leadership is Shawn Fain mentioned that back in the 40s and 50s, union leaders in the UAW were talking about 32-hour work weeks. And in 2021 and 2022, we're negotiating 7-day weeks and 12-hour days.
Wow.
So that is, he didn't explicitly say, we're going to be gunning for 32-hour weeks, but the comparison there is, I think, intentional and a good one. And it's something that we should be moving on the offensive. The first offensive, I guess, is to win back the 40-hour work week, since so many working people in America no longer have a 40-hour work week. Everybody should have a 40-hour work week. Shouldn't have to work more than that. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for play, or 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for what you will. That is, I think that's incredibly important. And I think that, frankly, folks should have more than that. And, a 32-hour week is really where we need to be heading. But I guess the first stop on that road is to cement, the 40-hour work week. But hopefully there's going to be some moves towards that.
Yeah, just really highly recommend the article, again, by Louise and Jane over at Labor Notes. It's a new day at the UAW. And, they kind of go into detail with the election, and there's some good statements there from some of the reformers who won office or who helped put them in office. And even mentioned that some of the retirees in closed locals, right? These are areas where it's nothing but retirees because there's no active union anymore because there's no plant to unionize anymore. And so there are places like that all over the country. And so you can get some sense of how the retirees were voting, at least in those circumstances. And it looks like they were favorable to reform as well. I know I was very happy to be able to tell my in-laws yesterday, like, hey, you helped to make history by participating in this election and by voting and asking for change within the union. You helped make history, and that's huge. We need a strong UAW in this country. It's important for the entire labor movement that UAW be at its best. UAW at its best helped labor be at its best. You mentioned the 1930s and 40s, and that's obviously a time when we were much stronger as a labor movement in this country. And a lot of that can be, you can point back to the strong UAW. So I hope that this bodes very well. And I know there was, low turnout in some of it. And I think Fain has already kind of pointed to that as maybe there's room for improvement, right? Obviously, there are people who are disengaged, who are maybe burnout or disenchanted. And, the union has work to do to rebuild confidence. But I really, I'm excited to know that there's a new energy within the UAW, and I hope it bodes well, and I hope that means more and more members from the rank and file getting engaged to reclaim their union and make it a strong fighting UAW that we all need.
Yes, and there was some very little conversation on Twitter started by Matt Iglesias about, and he said, quote, "So wait, did the UAW successfully organize a bunch of graduate students whose influx then led to leadership's ouster in favor of a new, more militant group?" And that is definitely something that, the old guard would be pushing, but graduate workers only made up like 3% of Shawn Fain's vote. There were several locals in traditional UAW strongholds in manufacturing that were very, very supportive of the reform group. And Hamilton Nolan from In These Times said, if you say, wait, did this happen? And then find out the actual answer, which is no, you're a reporter and you make $60,000 a year. If you say, wait, did this happen? And then just stop there, you're a pundit and you make $1 million a year.
Right?
Which I thought was a very depressingly true tweet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can always count on Iglesias to come up with something bogus. That'll get some clicks.
Yep. So Mel Sutton in the chat said that there are, going back to USW stuff, and is there anything else that you wanted to say about the UAW?
Yeah, I think that's it. I just wanted to really, put that on folks' radar as something we'll probably dive into more in detail later. But that is a groundbreaking election, and that could really could change things, and those kind of reform efforts are gaining ground elsewhere. They've already had success with the Teamsters with new president Sean O'Brien. So keep your eyes on UFCW and maybe reform efforts within that union as well. But I just want to put that on folks' radar. There's change coming with the UAW, and that could really forebode change within labor as a whole.
Let's talk about the UAW. UAW, the United Auto Workers Union, have begun bargaining with the big three automakers, Ford, GM, and Stellantis. And they began the bargaining with a bang. We talked about the bargaining as it opened, and we talked about how traditionally the leadership of the UAW began the bargaining session with a president's handshake between the president of the UAW and the CEOs of the big three. And that was this big, kumbaya team partnership kind of symbolism there. And this time, the new leadership of the United Auto Workers, Shawn Fain, and the United Auto Workers for Democracy slate, they called it the Members United slate, they did not do that, which I think is very good. They started negotiations with a members handshake. And the international president went to multiple factories and shook hands with members and asked them what they're wanting to see from negotiations. And of course, that's not the only time that they've solicited input from the members. There's been there's been a lot of solicitation from the members about what they want to see in these negotiations, is my understanding. And so that is a much better way to start off negotiations, in my opinion. And that combative, militant attitude that we saw in the run up to and during the negotiations between the Teamsters and UPS. There was much more militant and combative rhetoric, and there was an intentional raising of the expectations of Teamsters members, and that is happening right now with UAW members. And so last week, International President Shawn Fain did a live stream on Facebook and YouTube updating the members about the negotiations and giving an overview of the profits of the big three automakers and comparing that to the state of a current employee at the big three automakers. So let's start off with this clip where Shawn Fain talks about how much money the big three automakers have made over the past decade.
So as you can see, I have some props with me today for this Facebook Live. I want to draw your attention to the first image, which is literally ripped from last week's headlines. The Big Three released their quarterly earnings reports last week, and the companies again are having a blockbuster year. As you can see from these headlines, profits at GM are soaring. Profits at Stellantis are record-breaking, and profits at Ford are surging. Altogether, the Big Three have made a combined bottom-line profit of $21 billion in the first half of 2023. And now they're telling Wall Street their profits for the full year will be billions more than they originally expected. This comes on top of the $250 billion that the Big Three collectively made in North American profits over the last 10 years. So what have the Big Three done with these staggering profits? Instead of rewarding the workers who spent long hours wrecking their bodies on the line to make these profits possible, the Big Three have funneled billions into stock buyback schemes that artificially inflate the value of company shares and further enrich company executives and the top 1%. That's billions of dollars that have been robbed from the workers who made these profits possible. That's billions of dollars that weren't spent on the EV transition. So when the Big Three say the future's uncertain and that the EV transition's expensive, remember that they've made $250 billion in North American profits over the last decade and have poured billions of it into special dividends, stock buybacks, and supersized executive compensation. Our message going into bargaining is clear. Record profits mean record contracts.
There you go. I mean, those are just the facts, right? He's just laying out the facts, and it's important that people understand that, you know, when these companies begin to cry poor at the negotiating table, as they're now coming out and saying, oh, these demands are they're too much, they're asking for too much, just remember the historical record of what is going on at these companies in the last 10 years. They're making record profits while the real compensation of employees is going down. And I mean, by the way, I mean, I think as consumers, we can see that the quality of the product is going down. You know, vehicles used to last forever. And now you can, you know, there's a lot of times that you can barely make it to 100,000 miles. And people, you know, people blame that. I've heard people attempt to blame that on the employees, saying, oh, well, you know, look, the UAW produced cars, they don't last as long as some of the Japanese produced cars like Hyundai or Toyota. And that is so silly, because the UAW workers are not the ones who make the decisions about what materials to use. They're not the ones who decide what designs to go with. They're not the ones doing, you know, that is totally out of what they're doing. That is not within their purview. That is all management's. That is all management prerogative about what is produced and how it's produced and to what quality it's produced. They can only control what they do on the line. So the product quality, absolutely not their fault. But we have seen, I mean, you know, we've seen it decline. We've seen it decline. And all of this on the consumer end and on the worker end, declining expectations from these big three automakers while they're making more money than they ever have. Literally more money than they ever have. So remember that when they start to cry poor. And just to illustrate some of what I'm saying about the declining living standards of big three employees, let's play the second clip from Sean Payne.
While big three executives have used those extreme profits to pump up their pay, our members have fallen further and further behind. This chart compares what our contracts provided in 2007 compared to what they provide today. As you can see here, an auto worker starting at a big three company in 2007 had a higher starting wage than an auto worker starting in 2023. And that's without taking inflation into account. If the 2007 starting rate had kept up with inflation, newly hired big three employees would be making $28.68 in today's wages. That's more than $10 an hour higher than the current rate. That's almost $21,000 more per year. That's a life-changing amount of money that our members have been robbed of. Sorry, I got to take a drink here. But as many of you know, that's not the full story. The starting pay today is even lower for our temporary workers. Ford and GM hire temps at $16.67 an hour. Stellantis hires temps at just $15.78 an hour. That is criminal. In 2007, it took 3 years for a new hire to reach the top rate, back then of $28 an hour. Today, 16 years later, it takes 8 years to reach a top rate of around $32 an hour. Even that top rate is much lower than it should be. During the Great Recession, we lost cost of living adjustments, which made sure that our paychecks kept up with inflation. We won cost of living at General Motors all the way back in 1948. And then when inflation took off in the 1970s, the UAW won cost of living across all of our employers to ensure that our standard of living didn't fall further behind. The big three have come roaring back since the Great Recession, but cost of living, which was suspended then, has not. Prior to 2007, every member at the big three earned a pension and every member received health care when they retired. Today, A majority of our members across the big three automakers are second class of workers who are being denied retiree health care and pensions. When you put these two images together, they paint a damning picture of what's happening, not just in our industry, but across the economy. The rich are getting richer, while the rest of us are getting left behind.
And just to add a couple of other statistics, it would take... So one of the issues that they're trying to fight in these negotiations is not only the second tier of workers in the big three automakers, like their kind of standard plants, but also the battery production plants, which are in many cases non-union, not all, but in many cases non-union, and even where they are unionized, the employers have not budged, and they are significantly below even the second tier of employees at the standard big three manufacturing plants. And just to illustrate that, a production worker coming off the street working at Ultium, which is a electric battery manufacturer owned by one of the big three, they only make $16 an hour. While the CEO, Mary Barra, I think she is the CEO of GM, she makes $29 million a year.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
It would take an Ultium employee working full-time 16 years to make not what Mary Barra makes in a year, not even what it takes her to make in 6 months, or even 1 month, or even 2 weeks. It would take an Ultium employee 16 years working full-time to make what this CEO makes in 1 week.
Wow.
Insane. Additionally, these companies have closed 65 plants in the last 10 years, and the majority of those plants were not closed during or immediately following the recession. Rather, they were closed in periods of high and record profits for the big three automakers. And so, as a response to all of this, the declining standards of workers, the plant closures, the disrespect that workers face from the big three automakers, they have put out, the UAW has put out, the members' demands. Apparently, they used to call the list of the bargaining priorities that the UAW would present to the big three, they used to call those the president's demands. They're calling them the members' demands this time. And those demands are to eliminate tiers on wages and benefits, give substantial wage increases at 46% over the next 4 years. They want to restore COLA, the cost of living adjustment. They want a defined benefit pension plan for all workers. They want to reestablish retiree medical benefits. They want a right to strike over plant closures. They want a working family protection program, and this is really, really cool. That would mandate that the companies, if they leave, which the workers will have more leverage in the event that they try to leave a plant, if they get all of these bargaining priorities, because they'd have the right to strike over plant closures. But even if the company is able to successfully close a plant, if they're able to get this in the contract, the Working Families Protection Program, it would require the big three automakers to pay UAW members to do community service in the communities that the big three automaker decided to abandon. That is a fantastic idea. They also want to end the abuse of temp workers, drastically reduce the use of temp workers, convert, I think he said, all current temporary employees to full-time employees. They want to significantly increase retiree pay, and they want more paid time off for their families, including a 4-day work week. They want 32 hours of work for 40 hours of pay. And that would be a huge, huge deal. And it is about time that somebody is coming out with this, because if you just look at how much productivity has increased over the since we won the 40-hour work week, think about, we produce, I don't know how much more it is, but it is like an order of magnitude larger. We produce more value, so much, like 10 times more value than we were producing in an hour back when we won the 40-hour work week. And now we are moving backwards. We're not moving forwards. We're moving backwards instead of having that productivity go into the workers who produce the value. Instead of us taking home, us being able to benefit from the increased productivity, from the increased value that we're making, that's all going into the CEO's pockets. And we are getting the same, and in sometimes declining rates of compensation and working more.
Right.
Sean Fain was talking about how UAW members at Big Three automakers are now working 60, 70, sometimes 80 hours a week. That is, and he said that's not thriving, that's just surviving, and that's absolutely true. And he mentioned, and I thought it was very powerful, how he was in a group in his church, and there was a minister who in that small group at his church who routinely did deathbed consultations. And he said that this minister told the group that he had never, in all of his deathbed consultations, heard anybody say that they wish they had spent more time at work. And in fact, it was very common that people regretted not spending more time with their families. And that's what we're talking about, right? People lose sight of that. People just think about the money when we're talking about how much should people make, how much should people work. They lose sight of the fact that when we work for a company, when we create value for a company, when we create profit for these ghouls and leeches at the top, we are selling our life. That's what it is. We are selling pieces of our life to these people. And they are not respecting that. They are not giving us enough for the value of our life. And that's what they're trying to address here, not only with the increased wages, but I mean, the thing that I'm really most excited about is this push to decrease working hours, because that is so important, and we have really, really lost sight of that as a labor movement and as a society. And we have allowed so much encroachment into what precious little time we have on this earth.
Right.
We have allowed too much of it to be stolen by people making a profit from us.
Yeah, I really agree with you, and I think it's huge that they're including that as a demand, and I so agree with it because, you know, we came close to a 30-hour work week in the 30s. Our movement really aspired to that, and our movement has always fought to preserve time for family, preserve time at home, for rest and for what you will. And I think it's really about time that we put that demand back on the table, that we need to reduce the number of working hours. As you said, productivity has skyrocketed. There are climate implications as well. If you listen to the economists who've studied this and how climate and the economy intersect, there's reasons to believe that working less is actually good for the environment. And beyond the fact that it's good for our social development, it's good for our families, it's good for our communities. And just to put some numbers to it, from 1948 through 1979, productivity and compensation were, around the same, right? There was a little difference, but they both rose at about the same rates. But from 1979 to 2021, productivity and compensation totally took off at different rates, right? Productivity increased over the last few decades 64.6%.
Mm.
Hourly pay only increased 17.3%, right? So productivity has grown 3.7 times more than our pay. All right. And so that is just to put some numbers to what you're expressing here, that productivity has increased. We as working people have not seen that value. That value has been collected by the top. And it's about time that we get some of that back. And I say we get some of our time back because so many folks are out here working more than 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
And we have to reset the standard for our lives and for our living conditions and our working conditions. We got to reset the standards. Too many people are working 50, 60 hours a week. Too many people are having to combine multiple jobs and work 50, 60 hours a week, right? They're not even getting overtime pay. They're still draining that much of their life, and they're not even getting the overtime premium.
Yeah.
So many people are working in jobs where, yeah, they get time and a half, but what if they had a union and could get double time?
Yeah.
What if they could have premiums, for over 8 hours in one day, or premiums for working after midnight? And, those are the kinds of things that a union can provide you. So, really appreciate some of the demands being brought out, and just wishing all the best for UAW in these negotiations, and, hoping that the members can organize and really push to get the best kind of contract possible.
Absolutely. And that, that differential, 64% increase in productivity, 17% increase in wages. That differential, that is not, it's just important to understand that value is not lost, right? It is out there. It is real. It's just not being taken by us, by the people who create, who produce, by the people who make, by the people who do. It's being taken by the people who own. That's the question is not, does this money get created? Does this value get created? Does somebody go home with extra money from this extra productivity? That's not the question. That money is there. It is being created. That value is being created. That profit is being created. The only question is who gets it? Who gets it? And right now, it's the people at the top, the people who are making money off of money, not the people who are making money off of labor. That's who's taking it. And so, really excited about the UAW and the Teamsters trying to take it back. We've got some great stuff for you today, in particular, the UAW's new tentative agreement at Ford. Really, really, really cool stuff happening there. And, this agreement came after the UAW expanded their strike to the 6,800 workers at Stellantis' Sterling Heights Assembly Plant in Michigan on Monday, which is the Stellantis' most profitable plant, and 5,000 workers at General Motors' Arlington Assembly Plant in Texas on Tuesday. It also came after the week prior, the UAW struck Ford's Kentucky truck plant, which is responsible for 54% of Ford's profits. And another huge Ford moneymaker is the plant that manufactures the Ford F-150s. And so what they were doing in the stand-up strike by standing up at Sterling Heights in Michigan and the Stellantis' Sterling Heights Assembly Plant in Michigan and General Motors' Arlington Assembly Plant in Texas on Monday and Tuesday was basically telegraphing that if Ford didn't meet them where they needed to be, then on Wednesday, the F-150 plant was going out. And so that is, and that's what Fain said in his live stream earlier in the week. He said that Ford knew what was coming for them on Wednesday if we didn't get a deal. And so Ford was highly motivated to get a deal because after the Kentucky truck plant was taken out, if you take out the Ford F-150 plant, you are really, really cutting into Ford's operations and their ability to maintain a profit. And so, they're... this is huge. The strategy is hugely responsible for them being able to get what they got here at Ford. And we're never going to see, obviously, recantations by the extremely silly people who were saying that this strike strategy was not radical enough, or that they knew better how to conduct a strike because they have YouTube shows and have never been in a union in their life, much less been in contract negotiations, much less asked their coworkers to go on strike, right? But still, for people that were listening to them, it's definitely worth taking a look at what they won in this tentative agreement and how they won it, because by telegraphing, that this is what's next for you, Ford, if you don't meet us where you need to meet us on Wednesday. They were only able to do that because they were striking all three at once, but they weren't striking all three at once. So they were able to play the companies against each other exactly like the companies have been playing workers against each other for decades. And you know that this is an effective strategy because the CEOs have been going absolutely nuts in the business press talking about how unfair it is to play these companies off of each other when they need to be united against the non-union automakers. And, but this is what companies have been doing to workers for decades. They've been whipsawing us. They've been whipsawing us in union strongholds versus other union strongholds, saying, okay, this union local here in Michigan, they accepted this. And so that's why here in New York, you've got to accept this. They've been doing that inside of the country with union plants versus non-union plants, saying to union plants, look, if you don't accept this, then we're going to have to open a non-union plant and take all of our production over there instead of working here. And they've been doing that with plants in the United States and plants outside of the United States, saying, look, if you can't do it for this much here, then we'll go to Mexico where we can do it for dollars a day. And that is also the importance of not only ending tiers in the United States, but also ending tiers internationally. And I am very, very hopeful that that will be a big project of the UAW moving forward after this strike is over. Specifically, getting wages internationally closer to what we have in Western countries, in European and the United States manufacturing centers. So anyway, let's talk about that tentative agreement that they won at Ford. Oh, but also one more exposition before we get into the details of the agreement. The press has been reporting this agreement much more cautiously than they have with any other tentative agreement that I have ever seen in my life. And I like that. And that is because of the way that Shawn Fain has presented this, right? Like, so basically in every other union, when they get a tentative agreement, they're really, really pushing it. Ratification is more or less a foregone conclusion, and that's how the union reports it to the press. And because there are no labor reporters in the press anymore, the press basically takes the press release and reprints it and says, okay, well, this is what it is. The issue is over now. And that's not what Shawn Fain did in his live stream last week. He said that, this is what we have in this agreement, but he repeatedly reiterated that the membership has the final word on whether this is enough. Repeatedly emphasizing that point, that the membership is the highest authority in the union and they have the power to vote this agreement up or down. And that's huge. And that's true in the UAW, and it's true in any other contract negotiations. But the leadership in many other unions, most other unions, do not emphasize that point like Shawn Fain did, giving the members, like, underlining for the members that they have the autonomy to decide whether this is enough. And I really loved that. And because of that, the business press has been reporting it much more cautiously. I even saw one headline, I think in the Washington Post or the New York Times, that said Ford has a tentative agreement with the UAW, tentative is the key word. And so that's, really great to see that kind of language recognizing the autonomy that the members have in the democracy in the negotiation process. Really, really love that. And so this is the first step in ratifying this agreement. They have reached a tentative agreement at the bargaining table. The next step is that the UAW's National Forward Council is going to vote on whether to send the tentative agreement to the membership, right? So this is basically a preliminary vote saying, like, does the National Forward Council think this is enough? If the National Forward Council doesn't think it's enough, then it's not worth sending down to the membership, and they're going to go back to the negotiating table. But assuming that the Ford Council approves it, then the next step is that on Sunday night, Sean Fain said that they're going to be having a Facebook live stream to review the tentative agreement and publicly, and giving a highlighter that will be published online, and a change pages or a white book will be published online, and that's basically the contract, and everywhere that there are changes to the contract. So the changes will be marked out, and the new language will be put in the white book. The fourth step is going to be regional meetings to walk through the tentative agreement with local leaders. And then the fifth step is that locals will hold informational meetings to review and discuss tentative agreement and then hold ratification votes. So very clearly laying out their democratic ratification bonus, and much that rhetoric is very, very, very welcome as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
Okay, so without further ado, let's talk about what they won in this contract. The total value of this contract is over 4 times more than the value of the 2019 contract. That is huge. Additionally, in this contract, there are more in raises than the past 22 years combined. So really, really big movement here. And so specifically in this contract, the general wage increase is 25%. The all wage increases from 2001 to 2022 were only 23%. So there's going to be more movement in the next 4 years on wages than there were over the past 20 years. In addition to the general wage increase, like we have repeatedly informed everybody on the shows, they won the 2009 Ford COLA formula back. And so with estimates of inflation, the expectation is, once you factor COLA in, that the total wage increase is going to be 33% after COLA. So 25% general wage increase, 33% after COLA. So really, really big gains there. The top wage will increase about 33% through the 2023 agreement, through the end of the agreement. It's going to end in 2027. It's a 4-year agreement. The starting wage will increase by about 68%. They were able to take the progression down from 8 or 9 years to 3, which is something that the UAW has not had since the 90s. A 3-year progression. So you're going to be starting 68% higher than you would have and getting to 33% higher than the previous ceiling in less than half the time. So really, really huge movement. Current temporary employees at Ford will get a 150% raise through the 2023 agreement. They're going to be making more than double what they make now by 2027. Some workers at Sterling Axle and Rawsonville, which is their parts distribution centers, will be seeing up to an 85% raise immediately. Immediately on ratification. because of how they had, remember, the parts distribution centers at Ford, GM, and Stellantis were basically on a second tier of employment where, you know, they were making $20 an hour, where the assembly plant workers were making like $30-something an hour. And so they've eliminated that tier. Parts distribution centers at Ford are now on the assembly plant schedule. And so with that, the lowest paid workers at these parts distribution centers are going to be seeing an 85% raise immediately. I mean, imagine almost doubling your salary overnight. That's what the UAW has done for these people at Ford. They, like I said, won back 3-year wage progression, the 2009 COLA formula, and ending tiers. Since they launched the stand-up strike, Ford's offer has increased in value by 50%. They also won the right to strike over plant closures, which is totally unheard of. I don't think that the UAW has ever had an agreement like that in a contract with Ford. And what that means is a right to strike over plant closures. That means that over the course of this agreement, if Ford tries to outsource any of their production from the United States to other countries, or just to close a plant indefinitely, then the UAW is going to have the right to strike over that, to put pressure on the company to not follow through with that decision. Unions have not had that amount of power written in black and white in a union contract, I don't think ever. That is a huge, huge concession from Ford. I mean, and you know, if you know anything about unions or collective bargaining, or you've been part of the collective bargaining process, the no strike clause is basically treated as sacrosanct. It is not, it's just taken for granted. There's not even really any discussion about it. It's just, okay, you know, we agree not to lock you out over the course of this contract, and you agree not to strike. And so them getting this back, huge, absolutely huge. There's also going to be a $5,000 signing bonus. And in addition to the signing bonus, there reportedly talks that there's going to be some amount of compensation on top of that for workers that have been on strike. Presumably not a one-to-one, like a dollar for dollar, what they would have made if they had been working, but really any amount of compensation for having been on strike is another enormous concession on the part of Ford, and a really big win from for the UAW. So we are really, really excited to see that.
Jacob, I know that the details are still coming out on the agreement, and I believe you mentioned that tomorrow night is when we're going to get a lot more information. Mm-hmm. Do we know much about the retirees?
They did say, they were not specific, but they did say that that there will be increases to current retiree contributions, increases to 401k contributions, and I think they said there were going to be increases to pension payouts for folks that are for folks currently working when they retire. So so they were not super specific about the changes to the retirement plans, but they did say that there had been movement.
Right. And yeah, I just know, particularly here in Alabama, we have a lot of retired UAW members. And so just curious if, you know, what we know right now. And of course, there's just a lot more to find out. So it's going to be interesting to see the full details, but a lot of big wins already. And, you know, we'll see how the membership feels about it. And we'll also see what happens with GM and Stellantis if they start to follow suit. But, I mean, those numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And so on, I think I saw a question in the chat about whether or not they're going to be working, and they are going to be returning to work at Ford during the tentative agreement ratification process. And that's another benefit of the kind of stand-up strike strategy, is because this is going to put even more pressure on GM and Stellantis to come to a deal, because the last thing that they want is for Ford's operations to be up and running while the UAW is still striking GM and Stellantis. So a lot of flexibility and a lot of a lot of wins at Ford.
Right.
By the UAW.
Right. And one thing I think it's worth just remembering for folks, especially, if you're listening to this and you're not a union member, I hope it's worth pulling out like the fact that the members get to vote on this agreement, right? The members have the final say. And collective bargaining is not a perfect process by any means, but compared to the alternative where you don't have any formal input into your wages and working conditions and benefits, the ability to have folks, to have input into folks negotiating, and then the ability to vote on that agreement up or down, I think that is just a taste of democracy in the workplace that really is something that all workers should have the opportunity to enjoy. And it's something that is a clear union advantage and union difference.
Yep.
And I think there are probably auto workers all over the area, including right here in North Alabama, who are seeing this and listening to this and wondering, how they can get in on it, and how they could actually, benefit from these sort of gains as well.
Yep, and it's absolutely within the power of the workers at these non-union automakers. They absolutely can get what the UAW has won at Ford and GM, because and this is something that that people just don't think about anymore. Well, it had been when I was growing up. It kind of had been taken for granted that plant work, manufacturing work was a career. That was a good job. That was a good paying middle class job. And that is becoming less and less taken for granted. It was taken for granted because of the labor movement. The manufacturing jobs, production jobs were not always good career middle class jobs.
Absolutely
not. They were, in fact, some of the worst, most transient employment, temporary work, bottom of the barrel jobs that you could get before the unions came in and transformed them into real good paying jobs that could sustain a family. And the reason that is less and less being taken for granted is because the corporations that have high union density have been fighting their unions for the past 4 or 5 decades and really taking back a lot of the things that unions have won. And there have been a lot of foreign non-union manufacturing companies come into the United States and have been fighting unions tooth and nail since they got here, so that they could continue a bottom of the barrel employment approach. And so if we want to see manufacturing jobs being able to be taken for granted as a good paying occupation again, then we're going to have to see a resurgence of unionization in the manufacturing sector. And the hope is, and I think there's a reasonable expectation that that's going to be led by the UAW. Sean Fain has said in one of his live streams that is his plan. That we're going to win record contracts at the big three. We are going to organize in non-union automakers like we never have before. And so that's been explicitly laid out by the union as a strategy. And so there is every reason to expect that that's what's going to happen. And there's every reason to believe, there's every reason to know for a fact that workers have the capability to turn this profession into a good paying middle class profession again, because it used to be, and it can be again. Obviously, there's going to need to be some attention paid to the law, to the ability of companies to outsource and import goods made by bottom of the barrel, race to the bottom, exploitative conditions. But there's a lot of things that can be done immediately to make these jobs better. The UAW is, they have announced the largest organizing drive in modern history. And Barry Eidlin mentioned on Twitter that, and Barry Eidlin is a historian and former union organizer. He mentioned that given the location of many of these auto plants being organized, this is also the most serious effort to organize the U.S. South since the CIO's Operation Dixie in 1940.
Dang.
So this is a huge deal, enormous ramifications for the South, for the auto industry, and you know, another reason that it's important is that you know, despite all of the kind of popular understanding about manufacturing being outsourced and there's no manufacturing in the United States anymore, manufacturing still contributed 11% of the value added to the GDP in 2022, as compared to 8.5% for education, healthcare, and social assistance. So still a very big part of the economy. Any path to labor union power in the United States is going to have to come from, going to have to go through the manufacturing sector and through the U.S. South, because the U.S. South has been the Achilles heel of the labor movement for ages. Politicians have constantly been using us, working people in the South, to undercut working people in other parts of the United States, and exploiting us and squeezing more profits out of us. And so the UAW is making a big bet on workers in the South and across the country, saying, you know, enough is enough, and we're going to take more of the value that we're creating. So let's listen to this announcement that they put up last week.
If you're an auto worker in this country, it's time to stand up. Everywhere you look in the auto industry, corporate profits are soaring and workers' wages are falling behind. We've shown the world that this industry is harming workers and consumers to the benefit of company executives and the rich. And it's time that the working class did something about it. But it's not just the big three. It's across the auto industry. CEOs are raking in billions while auto workers' real wages are falling. Car prices are through the roof, but workers can't afford to buy the vehicles they make. Wall Street is making a killing, but our communities are being left behind.
Tesla is set to announce their third quarter results, but that they still aim to keep annual target deliveries of 1.8 million vehicles for the full year.
Rivian boosting its full year production. The company also second quarter revenue coming in better than the street was looking for.
But what about the other automakers? Let's talk about Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, Nissan, Subaru, and Mazda. The Japanese and Korean six made nearly twice as much as the big three in the past decade. A whopping $470 billion in profits, $500 billion, with over 40% of their revenue coming from their North American operations. Don't auto workers at Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, Nissan, Subaru, and Mazda deserve a record cut of those record profits? And how about the German three, Volkswagen, BMW, and Mercedes? They've made almost the same as the Japanese and Korean companies, $460 billion in the past 10 years. Do Volkswagen, BMW, and Mercedes workers not deserve their fair share of this booming auto industry? Big three auto workers at Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis just won big raises, more job security, and cost of living adjustments for one simple reason: they're organized.
Without a deal, automakers went on strike at midnight.
With targeted strikes at 3 facilities, a Ford plant in Michigan, a GM plant in Missouri, and an Ohio plant for Chrysler owner Stellantis.
The UAW was underestimated the whole way, because when the game was over, it was just a real beatdown. The workers win.
To all the auto workers out there working without the benefits of a union, now it's your turn. Since we began our stand-up strike, the response from auto workers at non-union companies has been overwhelming. Workers across the country, from the West to the Midwest, and especially in the South, are reaching out to join our movement and to join the UAW. So go to uaw.org/join. The money is there, the time is right, and the answer is simple. You don't have to live paycheck to paycheck. You don't have to worry about how you're going to pay your rent or feed your family while the company makes billions. A better life is out there. It starts with you, UAW.
right. So there it is, folks. UAW.org/join is where, and so with that announcement, they have dropped cards in every single non-union auto plant in the country, more or less. And so if you are a non-union automaker anywhere, you can go to UAW.org/join. And what comes up is a list of 13 non-union automakers. Those are the non-union automakers that they are targeting. And so you scroll down. It's like an alphabetical order. Looks like no, not quite alphabetical order. But scroll down, find the company that you work for, and you can stand up and sign your union card. And in each section where it has cards for each non-union auto company, it gives you a breakdown of some important statistics and stuff. And, you know, so relevant for Huntsville, where we have a Toyota Mazda plant, Toyota in the last 10 years has made $250 billion in profits over the past decade. $250 billion in profit, not revenue, profit. Profits are up 30%. CEO pay is up 125%. Meanwhile, Toyota has just offered a 9% raise to convince Toyota workers not to organize. So the UAW says it's time for Toyota workers to stand up and fight for more, and it's the first one. So if you're in Huntsville, UAW.org/join. That's the first company on the list. You can sign your card, and that says, you know, you want the UAW to be your union, and it'll give your information to the UAW. They'll be able to reach out to you for more. But yeah, really, really, really important stuff. And I have been heartened by folks in the area saying that they were going to send this. They were going to send this this announcement to people that they knew that worked at Toyota here in Huntsville, and the reply came back from this person. Oh yeah, I've already signed my union card, and so have all of my other coworkers. So yeah, we're way ahead of you, buddy. We've already signed cards. So yeah, I mean, a hugely consequential announcement. Obviously, this is going to be good for Toyota workers here in the area and non-union auto workers across the country. And if you're a Toyota worker here in Huntsville, you're listening to the program, I would love to hear from you. 844-899-8857 is the phone number. And if you call in, and you're a Toyota worker, also send us a text message saying, hey, this is my phone number. I'm a Toyota worker here in Huntsville, and I want to talk. That way we can make sure to get to you, because sometimes we don't have time for calls, but we would there are other times where we want to make sure that we're able to get to certain people or certain groups of people that are relevant, that we think that our audience would like to hear from. So Toyota workers here in Huntsville, 844-899-8857 is the phone number, 844-899-TVLR. But one thing that a lot of folks will notice about this campaign is that it's a lot different from kind of the standard operating procedure over the last 10, 20, 30 years of union campaigns, which is slow, methodical, don't go public until you've hit like 60, 70% of people in the plant already signed cards, because you don't want to draw attention to yourself before your organizing committee is ready and has inoculated a bunch of people. And this organizing campaign is not that, right? They have just announced to every non-union automaker in the country, we are coming for you. We're coming from you. We're coming for you, and we're not hiding it. We want your workers to sign cards today. That's what we're looking for. And so the reason for that, and Barry Eidlin has a great Twitter thread on this, really kind of laying it out in a very eloquent manner. The central hypothesis, and this is Barry talking, which is now going to be tested in practice, is that workers across the auto industry have been galvanized by the UAW's stand-up strike at the Big Three and are now ready to organize. So rather than go about this the kind of traditional, slow, methodical, one plant at a time in secret, patiently building up a campaign there, the union sees its job today as amplifying a wave that is already in motion. That means broadcasting the message that the union is ready to fight and inviting non-union auto workers across the country to join them. And so, you know, that's the gamble that they're taking, and we're going to see if it's going to pay off. I'm very hopeful that it will pay off. You know, I'm very hopeful that it will. And so we'll obviously see.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
Luis Leon, friend of the show, staff writer for Labor Notes. He, I think, undoubtedly, it's just, it's so good, I don't think it's really debatable that Luis wrote the definitive article on the announcement. So you can read his article at labornotes.org. The title of the article is Auto Workers Direct Momentum Toward Organizing Plants Across the U.S. by Luis Feliz Leon. And the reason that it's the definitive article, in my mind, is that no other article that I've read includes so many voices of non-union auto workers. There's just no other article out there that you will hear from as many non-union auto workers. It's really amazing the work that Luis has been able to put in and the information and the testimony that he's been able to put in this article. It's really great. And so I'm going to read a little bit from it. He says that at Rivian's electric plant in Bloomington, Illinois. Oh, and before we get to those testimonies, I want to highlight that there's already movement, right? There's already campaigns catching fire even before the announcement was made official. So at Rivian's electric plant in Bloomington, Illinois, workers have already built an organizing committee and surveyed 1,000 of their coworkers on major job improvements and run petitions demanding longer breaks. There are about 5,000 workers at this plant. And local news in Kentucky have reported that according to the union, one of the strongest campaigns in the country is at Toyota's Georgetown, Kentucky Assembly Complex, where 7,800 workers make the company's iconic Camry and highly profitable RAV4 and Lexus ES. So lots of, there's lots of movement already, and the announcement was just made official. And so the plan is, according to Luis in Labor Notes, officially, once 30% of workers at any given plant have signed union cards, workers there will go public with their campaign, right? So the broad campaign is public, but at each plant, once 30% have signed cards, then that committee is going to go public, say, hey, we're public here. We've got a campaign here, and we're making moves. And some plants have already met that threshold, according to the UAW. And so we could potentially induce that the Tesla Fremont, California plant has already met that mark, because they have gone public and said, there's an organizing committee here, we're forming a union. And that would be huge, because that plant employs 20,000 people. So if they've already got 30% of the cards signed at that plant, that is enormous. At the 50% mark, workers are going to rally their coworkers, families, and neighbors and community leaders. And then as soon as 70% of the workers at a given plant sign cards and have a committee made up of workers from every shift and job classification, they will demand voluntary recognition of their union. And if the company refuses, the workers will file for an election with the National Labor Relations Board. So that's kind of evidence that it's already taken off, and some of the plan going forward. And now we'll get to some of the worker testimony that is so important when looking at this campaign. So at Rivian, Williams said, this is a Rivian worker in Illinois, Williams said that workers' main workplace concerns revolve around safety and time off. Injuries include a crushed hand, a broken foot, a sliced ear, and broken ribs, according to complaints filed with OSHA. Workers attribute these injuries to the breakneck pace of production, and there's worse to come. Just this month, the company raised its production forecast for the full year by 2,000 vehicles to 54,000 units. In 2022, workers often put in 12-hour days, 7 days a week. But Williams said the company changed its schedule to 12-hour shifts, 4 days a week, in anticipation of Illinois' 1-day rest in 7 Act, where an employee is entitled to at least 1 day off in any consecutive 7-day period. That law went into effect January 2023. So that's,
So we're back to fighting for a weekend for these guys.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a really and that shows the importance of having a legislature that doesn't hate you and that doesn't want you ground into powder like so many Republicans do. So, Rivian has found other ways to monopolize workers' time, including reducing their sick hours from 80 per year, 80 sick hours a year, which is like 2 weeks. Like,
on a 12-hour shift? Do they count the whole 12?
Yeah,
like, what's going on
that's
there?
crazy. You get 80 hours. So that's even if you get a full 40-hour work week there, you get max 2 weeks off. If they count the 12 hours, you were scheduled for a 12-hour shift, and then that 80 hours is going to run out really quick, right? Okay, so they cut that in half to 40 hours a year in January 2023. That's insane. Meanwhile, salaried employees have unlimited paid vacations, according to a screenshot shared with Labor Notes. Workers have also filed complaints with OSHA over lack of fire exits. Insane. At Hyundai in Montgomery, Alabama, a 12-year team member, Gilbert Brooks, has had organizing a union on his mind since he was hired. He had been a member of the Steelworkers for 11 years at the Goodyear Tire Factory in Anniston. And at Hyundai, 3,500 hourly, temporary, and contract employees assembled the Santa Fe, Tucson, and Santa Cruz, the Genesis GV70, and the electrified GV70. We build 1,500 cars a day and 500 cars a shift. That's pretty crazy. When measured by the speed of cars produced, this is the second most productive plant in the world. That high productivity, he says, should be rewarded with higher wages. Absolutely. He earns $28 an hour, which will go up to $30 an hour in January after the promised wage hike. That's after 11 years at the company, right? The company is also offering a $4,000 bonus. New hires start at around $19 an hour. That is not much. Over the past 3 years, Hyundai's profits have soared 75%, while its vehicle prices rose 32%. We are underpaid and overworked, Brooks said. His point of comparison is what his ex-wife will earn at GM's Spring Hill plant in Tennessee. She'll go from $25 an hour to $35 an hour right away under the new UAW contract at GM. But the main sticking points are safety and respect on the job. He said the company forces workers to do jobs that really require 2 people and changes work rules on a whim, and the result is injuries. So he talks about some of the injuries that he's had and how in 2014, when they first tried to unionize this plant, the company didn't even offer light duty for injured workers. But once word spread around the plant that a unionization campaign was afoot, Hyundai used a mix of carrots and sticks to beat back the union drive, including offering light duty and bonuses. I mean, that's offering light duty is such a, that's actually law. Like, that's a reasonable accommodation. You have to do that. And so the fact that they weren't doing that is pretty bonkers.
Love to move them goalposts
really
further.
Yeah, just so gross. There's testimony from Mercedes-Benz in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, talking about how Alabama gave $300 million in tax breaks to Mercedes-Benz, and that, quoting from a New York Times article, saying that is 18 times what Tennessee paid for a Nissan plant in 1980. This was in 1996. We gave them $300 million in 1996. That's 18 times what Tennessee paid for a Nissan plant in 1980, more than 7 times what Tennessee paid for a General Motors Saturn plant in 1985, 4 times what Kentucky paid for a Toyota plant in 1985, and 3 times what South Carolina paid for a BMW plant in 1992. Really crazy stuff. And so, I love seeing those workers' testimony from Luis's article. Really important. And so this is really really a big deal. Hopefully, this may be kind of the signal that the fortress unionism, as Jesselson coined it, is coming to an end, and the time is to come out of our fortress. And his thesis in the essay Fortress Unionism was basically, at the time, like a decade or two ago, look, we're in a period where we can't organize on a mass scale. The momentum, the material conditions are just not there. And so the job of the labor movement is to do fortress unionism, is to huddle inside our castles, protect it at all costs, do everything we can to protect the gains that we've made, and be ready for when workers say they want to organize. And so that's kind of what unions ended up doing over the last 30 years. And we've talked to Chris Boehner about how we are the most wealthy labor movement in the history of the world. We have more money at our disposal than any other labor movement in the history of the world. And so if we want to take fortress unionism seriously, it's like, well, this is the time to come out of the fortress, I think, and make an attack. So uaw.org/join if you're a non-union auto worker, uaw.org/join. Really big stuff here.
Oh my goodness, he lied again. He totally fibbed again. How will y'all ever trust me ever again? This person that you hardly know, because this is only the second time that I have guest hosted this show. We did it again. We are doing another double freaking overtime. And that is absolutely, definitely what we are calling this segment. That is patented at this point. Double freaking overtime. Because this is going to be amazing. So stick that in your Pope and smike it. Whatever that means. It is going to be nuts. So you'll definitely want to stick around for this. So one interview that we really liked was with Mark Dudzik about the U.S. Labor Party effort from the 90s. We felt like that would be a timely interview as we roll into another election season in particular. And then, since Jacob was just on Max's East Palestine fundraiser, we figured reviewing that event would be worthwhile. So with that, we will be replaying an interview with a rail worker and then some reactions to conservatives doing what they do best, which is trying to co-opt that issue. And then we wrap up the year with a very fun debate on child labor with a totally true, totally real pro-child labor lawyer. So make sure you stick around for that. But first up, our interview with Mark Dudzik about the U.S. Labor Party effort in the 90s.
So we've got Mark Dudzik in the Zoom now. Mark Dudzik is chair of the Labor Campaign for Single-Payer Health Care, and he was the national organizer for the U.S. Labor Party that formed in 1996, and that's what he's here to talk to us about today. Mark, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us about this.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Right. So, Mark, I think the first thing I wanted to talk to you about the U.S. Labor Party because I think that experiment in the 90s was really interesting. It was interesting, I think, for the time period that it came up in. It was interesting for what y'all did, and I read about it in Jacobin. I read an interview that you gave them back in 2015. And then I listened to an interview that you gave to the Jacobin show about a year ago, and I read your piece that you wrote in 2012 as a kind of postmortem of the Labor Party, and I hope that we'll get into some of what was discussed in those areas and maybe some other things. But I think the first thing to do when we're talking about the U.S. Labor Party from the 90s is why did you feel like you needed a different party from the Republicans and the Democrats? I wasn't around in the 90s, at least in a political way. I was part of the 90s. I was physically around, but but the rest of it, I literally wasn't. But I can imagine that union leadership did similar things that they do today regarding politics and politicians. That really frustrates me, which is not to level with me as a union member and say, look, Republicans want to destroy you and eat your children, and Democrats don't want to destroy you as much, right? and they're a better enemy to have. The Democrats are, and which is more or less my calculation, right? I think that they're the lesser of two evils, and I think that that's an adult way, a mature way to look at the two parties that we have right now. But they put out what in my mind are just really, really gross statements fawning statements about how amazing Biden is and how, you know, the best president ever, or this politician is a champion for working people, to folks that just really, you know, factually aren't, right? And you know, so what was your pitch to folks like that back then that are really kind of bought into the idea that not only are Democrats a lesser of the two evils, but they're actually really good? I love Democrats. What was your pitch to those folks?
Well, we didn't really have to make much of a pitch inside the labor movement in the mid-1990s. I mean, I think, you know, I'd been active in the trade union movement since the 70s, and really witnessed this horrific assault on workers in the United States that began in the late 1970s and would really intensified under the Reagan and the Bush presidencies. In the 1980s into the early 1990s, you know, the sort of the symbolic moment for all of that was the PATCO strike in 1981, when Ronald Reagan replaced 13,000 striking air traffic controllers, permanently replaced them, and kind of set the signal that this was open season on union busting. So we, you know, suffered through this, you know, incredible assault in the late 70s, 80s into the early 90s, that at the time we called it Reaganism. I guess now, you know, you might call it neoliberalism. And then in 1992, you know, there was this beginning of a political revival, and a guy named Bill Clinton got elected president. And, you know, he was a Democrat for the first time in 12 years. And there was a lot of hope that maybe we could begin to change. We wanted to do some modest labor law reform. We wanted to make it illegal to permanently replace striking workers. You know, the U.S. has this weird loophole in our labor law. It says they can't fire you for striking, but they can permanently replace you, which is, you know, you try to figure out the difference when you're standing on the line to the food bank. Mm-hmm. We wanted to reform labor law. We wanted real health care reform. We wanted to begin to make progress. So Bill Clinton got elected, but he got elected by, you know, kind of embracing a kinder, gentler version of Reaganism, or a kinder, gentler version of neoliberalism. So instead of, you know, an opening for workers' rights and the ability to organize and to fight back, you know, he put absolutely no political capital into labor law reform. He totally screwed up healthcare reform by embracing a market-based approach to healthcare reform rather than expanding Medicare and public healthcare programs. And then that, you know, that all fell apart and got attacked by corporate interests. You know, he attacked poor people and scapegoated poor people, went after people who were receiving public assistance programs, and sort of instituted this whole idea of, you know, workfare, that you have to work for substandard wages in order to be eligible for any kind of social benefits. And then the capper of all the cappers was that he pushed through the NAFTA agreement, the free trade agreement with Mexico in the mid 90s. This is something that the neoliberals and the Reaganites had been foaming at the mouth for decades, the ability to remove all of the constraints to globalization and be able to move work offshore at a moment's notice with no restrictions in either direction, into places where workers had, you know, substandard conditions and no real rights to organize. And you know, that really opened up the floodgates for this period of globalization. And so people in my world were more than ready to break with the Democrats in the 1990s. And, you know, we certainly had the lesser of two evils problems. But, you know, the real question was, you know, how can we achieve this break? How can we do this break without, you know, completely making things worse during the transition? But this was a moment where, you know, it's an extreme disenchantment with the promises of a corporate-controlled Democratic Party, coupled with a period where labor was beginning to wake up again and fighting back and, you know, embracing some new ideas. So that was sort of the moment that gave rise to this Labor Party effort.
I think that, when I was reading your piece from 2012, reviewing, your assessment of a sort of rising tide within the labor movement of an increased interest in militancy and, that the formation of the Labor Party coincided with the New Voices slate, or the slate of reformers that was elected to the AFL CIO executive board in the 90s, and there was some real interest in, from what I can tell, and from your recounting of it, in some of these new ideas, or even, to a certain extent, going back to older ideas of militancy and organizing workers, that we're seeing, that is in some ways, it seems, analogous to now, that there's, a renewed interest in labor. And so I think that it's important for us to kind of review what happened, because obviously the result of that renewed interest from within labor in the 90s didn't turn the tide for workers in America. And so, how can we learn the lessons from that era to try to make it different this time? And I think that's something that's pretty important to do. And so, what was and y'all did a lot of work before the founding convention. You didn't just say, we're going to be a labor party, in your article, to assuage the consciences of the politically pure, right? That's not why you didn't want to give people, just give them a choice, right? You wanted the Labor Party to be a real thing, to have a real grounding in the labor movement and in the communities where you were going to be running candidates. And so talk to us about some of that work that y'all did before the founding convention in 96 for, the 5 years or more that y'all were working as the Labor Party advocates.
Yes, I mean, for the beginning, we thought we needed to take what we called an organizing approach to politics. That is building out a real constituency and building out kind of political relationships that are organic, and connect, a political party to real, actual people rather than to a kind of a network of funders and advertisers that American politics has become. So we tried to be very thoughtful and systematic about it. One of the first things we did was we developed a very simple political views survey that we challenged local and regional union leaders to administer to their members, because when we would talk to particularly like local union leaders who are in the grassroots and are, understand how difficult it is to represent workers under this current political system, they'd say, yeah, it's a great idea, but the members aren't ready for it. So we said, why don't you ask your members? So we developed a survey that asked people what they felt about both political parties and whether they felt it was time to launch a labor party. And, we found out that, everybody from school teachers in Wisconsin to coal miners in Virginia agreed that neither political party represented workers' interests, and at the time had come to begin to explore having a party of our own. So that kind of created some legitimacy to begin to develop momentum for thinking about how we can break with the Democratic Party. The second thing I think that we did that was very important is that we wanted to make sure that the folks who were at the center of this effort, who were, kind of leading this effort, were people who actually represented working class people, that they weren't just a bunch of self-chosen prophets, that they were in the trenches fighting on behalf of working people and were accountable to working people. So, we had convened an early meeting with about 75 or 80 union leaders who represented about 500,000 workers. And, we tried to use that as a basis to begin to talk to people. And then the other thing I think that we did was we developed some really systematic educational materials that were based on a worker-based education model, where participatory education, where people began to understand how corporate power functions in our society and how to effectively organize around it. So we began to develop kind of a common understanding of the problems and a common consensus about where we need to go to solve those problems. And that we did, going through the from the early 1990s, right beyond the actual organization of the Labor Party at the '96 convention.
And who were all the who were some of the main players in this? As you were going into the Labor Party convention in '96, who were some of the leaders of the Labor Party advocates?
Yeah, so the idea really kind of came out of my union, which was the Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union, which is now part of the Steel Workers Union. We had just kind of had a lot of internal discussion about this. One of our leaders was a guy named Tony Mazzocchi, who, was kind of a labor visionary. He was probably the person most responsible for the passage of the Occupational Health and Safety Act in 1970, and kind of redefined the struggle for health and safety as a struggle against corporate power, built alliances with the environmental movement. So Tony was a real visionary and had a lot of respect in our union. So he kind of opened up a discussion. He ran for national office on a unity slate in 1988, and one of the planks of that slate was that we would begin to explore the possibility of launching a labor-based political party. So we had a mandate to move forward. We worked with some other unions that had been historically very supportive of these kind of efforts, like the United Electrical Workers, the UE, and the Longshore Union on the West Coast, the ILWU. And then a bunch of other unions began to join in on this. The AFGE, a Federation of Government Employees, Al Gore had, again, this neoliberalism with a human face, had come up with this idea called reinventing government, which was basically, subcontracting out government work and putting a thumb on the backs of government employees. This was supposed to, reignite faith in government, blah, blah, blah. But it was, basically another squeeze on government employees. So they were, outraged about, how both parties had sort of betrayed them. The Union of Railroad Workers, the Brotherhood of Maintenance of Way employees, joined up. They had a contract imposed on them by Congress, which, by the way, may be happening real soon again. They had organized, an effective threat to shut down the railroad industry, and Congress basically forced them back to work, with a contract that they legislated on their own backs, Democratic Congress. They joined the fight. As some of the newer unions, the union that became the National Nurses United, at the time it was California Nurses, National Nurses Organizing Committee. They were a vibrant union that had just sort of evolved, into a real vibrant organizing union. And they embraced this group. The Farm Labor Organizing Committee, a group of mostly Latino agricultural workers, joined up with us. So those are the kind of groups that we attracted. And then a lot of old school industrial unions that had been under the gun, the local leadership and some of the rank and file activists were very much attracted to it. New activists in the Teamsters Union, SEIU, those were the folks that kind of came together.
And at the founding convention, you said that there were 1,600 union members there, and representing unions with 500,000 workers. Is that right?
By the time we went to the founding convention, I think there were 1,500 delegates, and I can't swear that they were all union members, but almost all of them were sent by their unions to be delegates there. And I think we represented about 3 million workers by the time we had our founding convention. What were some of the things that y'all did at the founding convention? You mentioned that there were speeches, but what were the
the debates and the resolutions and the platform and all that kind of stuff that came out of that convention?
Yeah, well, the main thing was we had to figure out what our national platform would be. And we didn't want to, do the sort of laundry list of the left kind of a platform. We wanted to ground it in the sort of concerns and experiences of working people. So we actually had a process for about a year prior to the convention. We went around the country and held hearings and discussions at various union halls about what should be the key planks of our platform. And, it was, it came together with a call for economic and social justice. A lot of the planks of that platform are, things that are just becoming part of the current political dialogue and debate right now. We pushed for the right to organize. We pushed for adequate family leave. We pushed for free higher education, which, by the way, the Sanders campaign basically adopted almost verbatim from the materials that we put together on free public higher education. Medicare for all. These were sort of the components of our platform. And we also tried to figure out how party would begin to function, during this sort of transition period when we didn't have the critical mass yet to do a full break and run Labor Party candidates. So, we developed a beginning of an electoral approach, which sort of tried to figure out what would need to be in place to run effective electoral campaigns that weren't just sort of spoiler campaigns. And we tried to figure out how this party would govern itself, to make sure that unions would have a key voice at the table, but that all kind of organizations and groupings that represented working people would be effectively represented, and that, we would also reflect the diversity of the U.S. working class. So we began to struggle with a lot of those questions of how to build an effective party and how to run it effectively over time.
I think that one of those questions about, reckoning with the fact that we don't want to be a spoiler and reckoning with that, I think is such an important thing that y'all did, that others, that other third party movements, and I think, like you said in your piece, that may assuage the consciences of the politically pure. It's not effective. It hasn't really produced results. And you also say, this is from the article again, quote, unions and working people in general have real concrete interests and concerns which must be defended in the electoral arena, even as we work to transcend the boundaries set by the two parties of the bosses. The prospect of breaking completely with the Democratic Party without an established alternative was too risky for even the most militant unions and remains the biggest challenge to any effort to build an independent labor politics. And, recognizing that there is actually a real risk, that they're not exactly the same, and there is a risk to allowing Republicans to take power that will hurt unions and working people and our communities and our families. What was the decisions that y'all made? What were the decisions that y'all made regarding that at the '96 convention, and then moving forward about how to work around that question?
Well, we never obviously found the real solution to that problem, because the overwhelming threats coming from the Republican Party, ultimately overwhelmed us in the early 2000s. But, where we were heading was, looking at what it would take to build power for working people that could move then into the electoral arena. So, the first thing, in terms of how we looked at this process is we saw this as linked to a broader resurgence of a working class movement that went, beyond politics. The folks who won the AFL-CIO election in '95, the reformers, they had a program which ultimately failed, that was they wanted to organize 1 million workers a year, and we felt that if we were part of a labor movement that was bringing 1 million new workers, into unions every year. That kind of a labor movement would be the kind of labor movement that could break through and develop independent working class politics. When that resurgence, that brief little blip in the labor movement in the mid-90s began to fade by the early 2000s, the prospects for independent politics kind of faded with them, because we then had to, as we did throughout the 80s, we had to circle the wagon, to protect what we had against the growing assaults, with the George W. Bush administration and, all of the attacks that took place in the early 2000s. So that was really the challenge, was, number one, understand that the only way you can do this is when you have a resurgent movement that's active all across the board, and in communities, in the economic sphere, and then you can move into politics from a position of power. And then secondly, we wanted to really think about moving away from a dilettantish approach to politics of, we'll just put our names in and hope the people vote for us. We wanted to make sure that anybody who wanted to run as a candidate really assessed what it would take to run an effective candidacy in a district. Did they have, assess the level of union support that they had in the district, understand how much money they would need to raise to run an effective campaign, have a organization on the ground capable of running. If you can't even put poll watchers into every precinct in a constituency that you want to run in, it's an indicator of the lack of serious organization that you would need to effectively run a candidacy. So we tried to take that kind of very serious approach to building political power, and begin to move it. And had we had some more time, had the labor movement continued to grow and expand and challenge corporate power in other arenas, perhaps we could have achieved escape velocity.
Right. You mentioned that in your interview with the Jacobin show on YouTube about a year ago, you mentioned that you don't think that that a labor party that's created now couldn't only have unions at the center of it, and you said in your 2012 piece that the Brazilian Workers' Party and the NDP in Canada were kind of models that y'all looked at, and I wonder if the what you said last year about the need to have social movements in addition to unions and worker centers and these other, alternative labor organizations and community organizations represented in a quote-unquote labor party. Were you taking inspiration there from the MAS in Bolivia? Because that seems to be the model that they use there to elect Evo and that group of folks in that party. I wonder if that has played into your understanding of what it would take to have a winning political coalition.
Yeah, I think primarily what I'm looking at is sort of the development within the U.S. working class, where the centers of gravity for working class organization are moving to. The structures that make it hard for workers to join unions, are still in place. But the problems that workers face, workers are going to try to come up with other ways to resolve those problems if they can't do the best solution, which is to organize unions and negotiate contracts. So, workers centers, other kinds of community organizations, insurgencies, immigrant organizing, all of these things have sort of evolved over the last 20 years and matured in ways that, they weren't really there, in the late 90s and the early 2000s. And unions were much more, they were probably double the union density back in the mid 90s. It was probably, I don't remember the numbers, but it was probably, 18% as opposed to 9 or 10%. So unions were much more, even in their weakened state in the 90s, had much more influence within the working class. You can go drive hundreds of miles through the South and not encounter a single union member nowadays. And So that's a reality. And, we have to think about, where you can develop vibrant working class organizations, and those folks need to come together to think about independent labor politics. The other obvious thing of interest is to take a hard look at Bernie Sanders' 2 campaigns for the presidency and how that developed and the support, because basically, while trying to run within the Democratic Party, which is probably the only space that exists right now to do this stuff, he ran on a very sophisticated, independent working class politics program, and there's a lot to be learned from those experiences over the last 6 or 7 years.
Does the experiences of the last 6 or 7 years with Bernie Sanders running pretty effectively, even though not winning the nomination for the presidency, and DSA electing candidates mostly as Democrats, occasionally as independents, across the country in state legislatures and a few in Congress, does that change your calculation at all about the need for a quote unquote officially independent party that does break from the Democratic Party? Or do you think that maybe it's just as good to be a parasite on the Democrats and use their ballot line for a sub-independent organization?
I think for the moment, the battleground for working class politics is probably within the Democratic Party, almost everywhere in the country. I think ultimately to think that independent working class politics can coexist with the kind of corporate power that also exists in the Democratic Party, that's a mistake. That our politics is always going to end up being stunted, crushed, compromised, diluted, under those structures. So we got to find a way to escape those structures. Ultimately, there has to be some kind of a break. We need a party of our own. Whether we take out over the Democratic Party and throw out the corporate Democrats, whether we leave that party from a position of strength, form our own, whether we do some kind of inside-outside approach for some period of time. There's some people like Seth Ackerman at the Jacobin have written some very interesting scenarios around that, thinking about how the legal structures of political parties could be used. I think that will begin to emerge from our own practice as organizers. I don't think that there's a set formula. There's some people who believe that, unless you completely break with the Democratic Party and call your party a workers' party, it's not a real party, blah, blah, blah. I think you have to be really flexible and understand, what is the cutting edge for independent working class politics at the moment that you're trying to organize. Ultimately, workers need a party of their own. It's the only way that we're going to really advance our interests. And that's, it's the big unfinished task of the U.S. working class. And it's why we don't have health care as a right. It's why we have such low union density in this country. It's why we don't have, adequate leave to take care of our families. It's why it's almost illegal for workers to organize in unions. All of these reasons are because we lack the political power that workers in most other advanced countries in the world and in places like Bolivia, have figured out how to do. And we got to figure this out one way or another. And it's a great challenge that, hopefully we can pass on to this new generation of engaged working class activists and leaders who are beginning to come together.
What do you think are the biggest lessons to take from the experiment in the 90s and the early 2000s within the labor movement to build a labor party?
So a working class party has got to be organically connected to its working class constituency. It cannot be self-proclaimed. Tony Mazzocchi always had the union hall dictum, and he said, if you can't pass an issue through your own union at your local union hall, don't bring it here to the Labor Party to try to pass, and expect us to do something. We have to build this that's organically connected to the needs and the aspirations of the people that we want to organize. I think that that's really, that kind of a model for how to build power for working people is got to be central to any party building project, and it's got to be linked to this broader challenge of building a working class movement. And then, I think we just have to be, really analytical about how difficult it is to continue to advance our interests within the structures of the Democratic Party. What happened post Bernie in 2020 was very, very interesting, how the party structures came together to kill a lot of these progressive initiatives, But on the other hand, we have a Biden administration that is more responsive to workers' needs than the last two Democratic administrations were. And that's, provides some opportunity for us to maneuver and to build some power. But, I think you got to keep your eye on the long-term goal of developing a real independent working class politics and how that moves tactically through all these difficult barriers that the U.S. political system sets up for those kind of challenges.
And I think that you said in some of your writing or some of your interviews that the first step to making that happen is really building power kind of on the shop floor, expanding unions, organizing, right? It's not necessarily venturing out into electoral politics before you have that base of power.
Yeah, it's generally the case. Although, we're in a difficult time right now, and we have to contend in the electoral arena, or we're going to lose what little that we currently have. These people who are, threatening to take over both houses of Congress, are going to go after our Social Security and our Medicare, and they're going to make it even harder for workers to organize. They're going to challenge some of the rulings that the current National Labor Relations Board has made to, at least force these corporations to, adhere to some basic standards when you're running a union campaign. Those type of things. We gotta figure out how to be there and how to mobilize in those areas. And what's so frustrating is you can play those kind of defensive games for decades and be worse off at the end than you were at the beginning. So, you've got to couple that with some kind of a vision and a plan for how we can advance both politically and along a broad range of social and economic bases.
Yeah. Adam, do you have any questions for Mark or anything?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for your time, first of all, and for your service to the movement for so many years. And really what I'm thinking about is Alabama specifically, and kind of stepping away from the national scene and looking at Alabama, because right now we have a supermajority, Republican control of the entire state government apparatus and most of the local governments outside of Birmingham, Mobile, and the Black Belt. And the Democratic Party is unable to contest more than half of the elections. And so we're in a situation in Alabama where maybe unlike many other places, we wouldn't play a spoiler. If right now on the books there was an Alabama Labor Party that could field candidates, mathematically speaking, we wouldn't spoil any election, because when the Democrats are losing by 20 to 30% across the board, it's not a big enough pie. It doesn't matter how many times we cut it. So that's what's going on in my mind. And I don't know that I necessarily have a question per se, but I'm really thinking about this experience that y'all had in the 90s and kind of the lessons to bring forward into this current moment, and how that may apply to Alabama, and what those of us here in the Alabama labor movement may need to be thinking about in the conversations we need to have, because we are completely on the outs. There is no working class representation inside of Alabama's political structure. And in our case, the Democratic Party hardly seems more viable than just starting something from scratch. And so I think that's something we have to wrestle with down here in Alabama. And I don't know if you have any, kind of thoughts or reactions to that, but that's what's really resonated with me in this conversation.
Just an interesting addendum to that, Adam, and that you might find, kind of funny, Mark, is that the Libertarian Party in Alabama has put more candidates on the ballot than the Democratic Party.
Huh. I didn't know that. That's sad. I'm not sure. In a sad, funny kind of way, I guess.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
I mean, one of the projects we tried doing is we tried to launch the South Carolina Labor Party as an electoral party in the early 2000s, and it actually still exists as an electoral party in South Carolina. For a lot of reasons, it hasn't developed ways that we hoped for in the early 2000s. But our calculation was exactly what you just said. We had the South Carolina, especially in the early 2000s, had a Democratic Party that embraced right to work and other anti-labor legislation, and extraordinarily disrespected its base, which was the Black working class voters in South Carolina. And so we thought that there's an opportunity there to begin to talk about a new way for, what did we call it? Another voice for South Carolina. And we actually, to get an electoral registration in South Carolina, you had to petition with voters from, I think it was every county in the state. So we went out and talked to working class people in South Carolina at places like, flea markets and swap meets and stuff like that. And signed up, 16,000 of them signed a petition to call for a labor party in South Carolina. So it's a real interesting effort. It kind of floundered because right as we were getting ready to launch it, Obama threw his hat into the ring nationally. The African-American community in particular really saw this as a, very exciting opportunity. And then we would have been a spoiler in that vision. And we had to kind of step down and whatever. But, the actual act of going out there and talking to working class people, especially in a state where you don't have like structures like unions where you can talk to them sort of organically, through, their leaders and things, was I think that's the way we can begin to build these things. And by, when you talk, what do they say when you're an organizer? You're supposed to listen 70% of the time and talk 30%. I mean, that's the kind of grassroots party building efforts that I think it would take in a place like Alabama. But, working class Alabamans, I'm sure have massive grievances, and some of them are distorted by, racial prejudices and cultural things, and they're played by, both the Democrats and the Republicans, but, I think if you all thought about how to sit down and have those kind of kitchen table conversations with working class people, you might be able to, over time begin to build a real movement of working class people that could challenge politically in a place like Alabama. And you're right, it is, you're not being a spoiler when the other party can't get close to 20% of what the main party. So, there's not a lot at play there. They're not going to, the national.
Or if they're not contesting it at all, you're definitely not a spoiler if there's no Democrat. Right?
Yeah, no, that's a huge opportunity, I think, for, in uncontested districts and things, to think about building something and going in there. But, it has to be organic. It has to come from the people. Can't just fly a bunch of folks in and, expect that, the young socialist from New York City is going to have the same appeal in rural Alabama that she has in Brooklyn. So, got to really emerge from the lived experiences of working class people.
Well, and I think that if there's something hopeful to kind of leave with, there is a labor movement here, just as there is across the country, that is resurgent, which means new leaders are being formed in the struggle at the workplace and in the broader community. And, who knows? Maybe some of these coal miners in Brookwood and Amazon workers in Bessemer and CWA workers in Auburn, maybe these are the future leaders of a political formation for and by working class people in Alabama. And I just wanted to, last thing, Mark, you might want to know that next week we interview the newly elected chair of the Alabama Democratic Party. So if you think of any good questions for us, send them our way, and we'll put them on the hot seat.
I might tune into that interview.
All right.
I think it'll be fun.
It should be interesting. Should be interesting, that's for sure. But thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us, and you've given me a lot to chew on, for sure.
This was great. It's great to talk to people who are really trying to seriously think through these issues. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely something that we have reorganized the North Alabama Labor Council here back in 2020 is when we were rechartered. And the Labor Council here was dechartered, right? We have tens of thousands of union members in North Alabama. Didn't have a Labor Council. So that's something that we've definitely thought about, just because there's so many uncontested races. Why the hell not do a North Alabama Labor Party if that's something that the folks are interested in. So who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate your time.
Keep an eye on you all. Thanks.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
Last week, there was a horrible accident in East Palestine, Ohio. To my knowledge, it hasn't yet claimed any lives, which we are very, very thankful for. But it has caused a lot of damage and made an entire community so unsafe that it is illegal for residents to go home, because for residents that are within a certain proximity of the accident to go home, because the chemicals that were on this train are so hazardous. It's made all the more horrible because this was entirely predictable and avoidable. It's so predictable, in fact, that multiple railroaders have predicted that incidents like this will happen on multiple outlets. Working People with Maximilian Alvarez, he talked to a railroader, Jay, who described an incident, a hypothetical incident, eerily similar to this one. There was a More Perfect Union video from back in December, where a veteran railroader at a protest in D.C. again described a situation eerily similar to this one, because they knew what the rail companies were doing to the industry, were doing to regulations, what they were doing to their workers, and they could see what was coming down the tracks. So we wanted to get somebody on to discuss this, and today we're joined by veteran railroader with 40 years in the industry. He is a past local and regional officer for the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, which is a Teamsters affiliate, and he's currently a representative for the Railroad Workers United, an inter-union cross-craft solidarity caucus of railroad workers. Fritz Edler. Fritz, thanks for taking the time to talk to us this morning.
Thank you for having us on. And appreciate the Valley Labor Report because it's incidents like this and the general problem on the rails that is going to require regular people all across the country to raise these issues because unfortunately, up to this point, railroaders themselves using their vehicles and whatnot have not been able to get enough of a voice. It's all about stakeholdership, representation of railroad workers and the communities that are affected. So thank you very much. And
Absolutely.
Let's talk about this.
Yeah, well, so let's just start off with kind of a description of what's happened. How did this derailment happen?
Well, so from what we can tell, and these are evolving matters, of course, from what we can tell at this point, the train, which was made up on the 3rd of February down close to St. Louis, was headed to Conway, Pennsylvania. In the course of the route, it had a few problems, but the critical one was when a car in the middle of the train developed a problem with an axle. And this is a very classic railroad defect that is very dangerous. It's actually the cause of a great many derailments and wrecks. And this basically what happens is, as you can imagine, the axle and wheel are supposed to turn. If things interfere with it turning mechanically, then it can actually create a problem up to and including melting down, so that essentially the axle disappears functionally. So at this point, this is what we think is the immediate, what they call approximate cause. The big problem going forward is not just to find out why it was that was allowed to happen, but what are the root problems that come before that. And that's really the critical thing, because there's a tradition in the Class 1 railroads of, they find the proximate cause, they find some individuals, they punish those individuals, and then they never have to address the policies.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a concerning amount of time before the public even found out exactly what this train was carrying, right?
Yeah, and of course, this gets back to the crucial question of how the train is run. So in this case, the train had, fortunately for everyone concerned, this train had a crew of 3. Normally it would have been just 2, an engineer and a conductor, but they also had a trainee. So the fact that they had the crew that had the capacity to do things like separate the locomotive power, pull it away from the wrecked train to prevent further problems, but to be there on the site with their expertise and their knowledge of the consist and their ability to interact with the situation, that was a key thing. However, it took them a while, took the responders a while, and the authorities a while to figure out exactly what they were dealing with, partly because of fire. And so, again, the key thing here is that they were able to determine fairly quickly what the consist was, but then the question was, where are the dangerous products and what's happening with them? The original instruction to the public was to shelter in place. There's a big question about whether that was the best response at the time, but there'll be a thorough investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board that'll report on these things. We just have to keep the pressure on them to make sure that a full public inquiry is made regarding this matter, and that all of the contributing factors, including the trying to avoid scheduled maintenance, the question of why the defect wasn't found earlier, because this is a ridiculous situation that you could actually have a train that has this kind of an axle problem that isn't discovered until the very last minute when it's too late.
Right. And this, and this train was carrying, what was it, chlorine?
It had various products. 20 of the 150 cars were hazmat cars. 10 of those 20 were involved in the 50 cars that actually came off the rails and tumbled. The critical ones, the ones that are getting the attention, is called vinyl chloride. It's a component in manufacture of plastics. It's a particularly dangerous chemical. And in this case, one of the results was when they finally ended up having to use a small explosive device to release pressure in some of these cars, they actually released byproducts, which were phosgene gas and hydrogen chlorine gas, into the atmosphere. Phosgene gas, for those who don't know, is a World War I trench warfare gas. These are dangerous things. There are things about the way that the train was maintained, the way that the wayside was maintained, the way that the train was blocked. All of these contributed to making the dangers worse than they would have had to have been.
And what does that kind of gas do? This actual literal weapon of war. What does that do when people make contact with it?
Unfortunately, that's beyond the scope of my expertise. I am hazmat certified, but what you basically do is you have reference materials to determine when you're figuring out, okay, this consist had this and this and this chemicals in it, and in this case, your big problem is fire. In this case, your big problem is air. In this case, it's explosion. In this case, the case we're talking about, the vinyl chloride has many bad aspects. And the real thing I would want to say, I mean, people can look up phosgene gas if they want to, but is that one of the things that happens in a hazmat wreck like this is that the intense heat of the fires actually produce brand new chemical components, toxic chemical components that weren't in the consist to start with. It's a chemical process, right? And those new toxic chemicals end up in the water and in the soil, and in some cases they're forever chemicals. This is one of the things we saw in the 2013 wreck in the town of Lac-Mégantic in Canada. So one of the things that the public has to do is they have to make sure that the authorities follow up on all of the byproducts of the disaster, not just the labeled ones on the tanks.
Right. And so it's still the case that people within a certain proximity are not allowed to go back home right now. Is
Actually,
that right?
I don't think that's true now. As to my knowledge, they were allowed to return, I want to say 2 nights ago. Okay. I believe it was 2 nights ago. And of course, there's still monitoring going on, and there have been some reports of detections and things like that, although they assure everyone still that they haven't reached the levels that are concerning. This is air quality we're talking about. So hopefully the monitors will be responsible to make sure that people know if it turns out that this is a problem that requires people to leave their homes again.
So, all this sounds bad, but, when I saw yesterday morning that Norfolk Southern said they would give a $25,000 check to the Ohio town where this happened. So, I mean, this is, that's basic.
Here's a story about that. So I referred to the Lac-Mégantic wreck from 2013 up in Quebec, which was a terrible event. It's not the same as the circumstances of this one, but in that case, 47 people in that town died immediately, and some more. And afterwards. But the reason I mention it is because one of the first things that happened after that wreck was representatives of unscrupulous law firms started showing up in town and signing people up, for claim processing, liability stuff and everything. So what's going on right now is that the corporation is doing everything that they can to limit their liability and their exposure, shall we say, to response from the public, try to get ahead of it, try to create some legal protections. And that's what this money that you're talking about is part of.
Which, let's just, in case anybody listening on the radio didn't catch that sarcasm, $25,000 for this accident is obviously not enough. There's I think somebody divided that by resident and it would be $50, per resident in this town. So it's obviously, certainly not, and, this shouldn't have happened in the first place, right? But now that it has, that's $25,000 is not enough. But let's talk.
From a company that made $12 billion in profits last year is my understanding.
And how many, Fritz, do you know off the top of your head, and I should have had this number ready, but do you know off the top of your head how much money they've spent in stock buybacks recently?
I actually do not know that figure, but it's a big factor, and it is on all the class ones. All the class ones that practice are currently practicing the operating. This is across North America. What they call precision scheduled railroading. So, but it's a big number, and what's happening is that instead of spending the money on making a safe railroad, which we know how to do, that's one of the things that's key here, is that the railroaders, and there are people in the industry that know how to do these things safely. They know what needs to be done. They know the science, and they're not allowed to because the corporations are dominated by hedge fund operations that dictate that their big goal is to do stock buyback.
Right. And so looking it up really quickly, Norfolk Southern announces new $10 billion stock buyback program. This was from March of 2022. So,
and over 2.3 billion in 2018.
Insane. And so that's just to illustrate they've got money to fix this. And so let's talk about some of the things that they could have done, some of the things that we could do to avoid this. And one of those, Fritz, as I understand, is that this train did not have what are called electronically controlled pneumatic brakes. Can you talk to us about those brakes and some of,
Sure enough.
Yeah.
This is the thing that the industry itself did a lot of the research on and initially started having a favorable approach to. They call them ECP brakes. And then as soon as it started to be discussed that maybe this would be something that would be mandated, they all backed away from it. And now they spend a significant amount of money lobbying and using their power, which is way more than anybody understands, to make sure that they didn't get a regulation requiring ECP brakes. So essentially, the way that all freight and passenger trains in the country run today is an extension of an early 20th century type of braking operation that involves they're pneumatically controlled by compressor on the locomotive, and the signal is carried throughout the train by the air pressure in the brake pipe that determines whether the brakes are on and whether the brakes are off. Now, this was a huge step forward in the early 20th century compared to how things were before. But today we have far better technology, and this is an example. So with ECP braking, the way it works is that there's actually electrically triggered braking devices on each individual car that we have the technology now that we can have each individual car act appropriately in the event of a braking situation. So in this situation, in the situation with this train, without ECP braking, one of the things that happens is because the train parted in the middle at where the original problem with the axle is, causes the brake pipes to part. The brake pipe vents to atmosphere. There's an emergency application of the brakes. So for example, with the derailed cars, what you can see is that the first car that gets its brake applied is the first one where the brake is, and then the one behind it, and the one behind it, and the one behind it, and the one behind it. But what that means is that the heavy weight, and this train was blocked with the heaviest, 40% of its weight was in the last third of the train, is basically running up on a stopping car. So that's what creates a lot of the tumbling and stuff. But with ECP braking, you could actually have braking starting to happen at the rear, which would help to retard that momentum that's causing this jackknifing, tumbling thing. Now, if you look in back of me, the picture that you see right here is a derailment right in the middle of Washington, D.C., where I live. I had come back from Lac-Mégantic, a visit there that related to the 2013 wreck, on the night before May Day of 2016. And we got up that morning. This is what took place right in the middle of downtown DC, and it was essentially a very similar kind of a cause, which was a defect with a wheel axle. And what the point that needs to be made here, so this wreck didn't hurt anybody, etc., but it was just luck that it didn't kill many people. It was only a couple of car lengths away from an apartment building and all of the transportation infrastructure you can see there. And it did have caustic materials that drained into the soil and into the water. So the ECP braking, which was your original point, is one of the ways we can move away from the dynamics of 19th century railroading.
Yes, and the Lever News has some really good reporting about what the industry has done to try to fight some of these regulations, and they have some really good history about, you know, the way that the Lever News reported it is that the Obama administration did eventually issue a very narrow, some very narrow rules about ECP brakes on certain trains that were very narrowly defined, too narrowly defined. You know, I think they said hazardous trains have to have ECP brakes, but that hazardous was so narrowly defined that even this train would not have fallen under that definition. But then in 2017, the Trump administration rescinded it, and the Lever News has reached out to the Buttigieg Department of Transportation, and the Department of Transportation has said they have no plans to reinstate even this narrow safety rule from the Obama era.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a scandal. This is a complete scandal because, as you already pointed out, it's not like they don't have the money. And the science is there. The evidence is overwhelming that this would be a better, safer way. In my career, I ran high-speed trains that had ECP braking. And I can tell you personally, and there are others in the industry and in RWU who have worked equipment that had ECP braking that know that it's a better situation. So this is where our problem is, and it's going to require a public outcry, which is the reason why I hope your listeners will also keep their ears open, eyes and ears open about possibilities, opportunities to be able to talk about why we need to change this. What we really need to talk about, though, I mean, the ECP thing is very important, but we need to talk about precision scheduled railroading, and we need to talk about, for example, the labor strife of the fall that centered around the question of scheduling. All those things are part of what happened in Ohio. The other thing is that the railroads, including the Norfolk Southern, got rid of so many inspectors, and after they got rid of those inspectors, then they did everything to get authority to do fewer inspections. So what we know now is that that through the grapevine is that the NS is doing what they always do, which is to go around looking for individuals to blame so that they can then, you know, discipline those individuals and not address the policies that got us to this place.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and you know, the precision scheduled railroading, I mean, the ultimate thing of that is that it's making too few workers work too much. And illustrate for us how it is helpful to, you know, you mentioned that this particular train had 3 people on it, which made it easier for them to respond and try to lessen the damage to the extent that they could, whereas it would have been harder if there were only 2 people. And the train companies now only want to have 1 person on these insanely long trains. And so how is it, you know, I'm just a layman. Why is it, asking this kind of rhetorically, why is it that having more people on the train is helpful? Let me make it very simple. If you only have 1 person on the train, the only thing that train can do is go forward or stop. That is it, period, final. So when the corporations say that this is what they're interested in, they're saying to you that out of the thousands and thousands of trains that we send out, that they would like to have them not able to back up, not able to decouple, not able to separate, not able to do any of those things, which leaves, you know, so even for the layperson, you can imagine that if what needed to be done was to back up, or what needed to be done was to uncouple something, that you'd have to have 1 person controlling the locomotive and another person doing the cut lever on the ground, right? But if you have a single person there, there's no way that can be done. So imagine even the millions of more mundane examples, like your community is cut off from emergency services because there's a train across all of the road crossings and they don't have the ability to cut the crossing
They can't, if there's a fire under a car, they can't uncouple stuff and move it away. There's single person crews can't do those things.
It's just disrespectful to the public.
It is. It's not just that. It's also very, very dangerous. Right. And this has been so. Back in 2015, I was part of some public hearings with the FRA on this question, and community after community, and senators and mayors and people from all across the country are in there testifying about the increasing number of problems that they're having at their crossings and their situations like that. But so far, the overwhelming power of these corporations, and we witnessed an aspect of that in this last round of bargaining, where they were able to get even the national administration to treat the dispute as if there was only one party to it, which were the railroad workers, and that they didn't have any rights to redress. So instead of addressing the cause of the redress, and that's still out there to be resolved. Right. But I should say that the PSR is not just a problem of not having enough people. That's a big part of it, but they also, because they're so interested in the operating ratio, they sell off equipment, they mothball locomotives, they get rid of hump yards, they sell real estate, all kinds of things that were assets that provided opportunities. There were tools that could be used to have safer operation, but it looked great on the next quarter's report.
Right.
That's something that's standing out to me is, and this is not a trend unique to the railroad industry, but it seems very egregious in the railroad industry, is that you have these capitalists just like strip mining their own capacity. And more or less sabotaging their own operations just to hit some numbers on the next quarter without any long-term thinking whatsoever about even their own efficiency in operations, much less worker safety and, public safety.
Yeah, well, so you hit on a good point here, this financial strip mining thing, which is something that the hedge funds have done in a lot of other industries, where they take a healthy company and they strip mine it financially by this process of stock buybacks, basically. In other words, so they invest enough in the industry to get their people on the board. Their board votes for the policies that end up creating these situations with the buybacks. Then they can take their money and leave. And they basically, what they do is they end up leaving the rotting hulk of what was once a good performing corporation of one kind or another, with all of the, saddled with the debt that they've transferred all around. Now that is a process that's still ongoing with the Class 1 railroads in North America. Some of them are starting to make some noises, like they're understanding that essentially these policies that looked so good at the time are actually making it impossible for them to function certainly in a safe way going forward.
Yeah. And so, I mentioned that you are, you're a veteran railroader. You've been a regional officer of your union, and now you're a representative for the Railroad Workers United, which is a broad cross-craft solidarity caucus of railroad workers. And so what are y'all, what is kind of y'all's 10-point plan, so to speak? I know that you don't have like a 10-point plan, but what is your proposal?
I'll tell you what, first of all, we try to make sure that everybody understands exactly what it is that precision schedule railroading does. It's not precision, it's not scheduled, and it's not railroading. And the second part, pertinent to this, there's lots to talk about, but is that what we now know is that the people who live in North America cannot depend on the Class 1 railroads as they are constituted to not only keep them safe, but also not to serve them, not to provide the transportation services that we need. So Railroad Workers United has joined with other groups like United Electrical Workers and an increasing number of others to say that, look, we have ample evidence across the century that we need the railroads to be operated in the public interest because the carriers, they'll play the common carrier utility card when it suits them, and all the rest of the time they'll say, hey, this is private, keep out, don't tell us what to do, even though they continually take and take and take and take from the public patrimony. So Railroad Workers United calls for the public ownership of the railroads. You can go to railroadworkersunited.org. You can see our resolutions on this matter, also on the technical matters that we talked about earlier, like ECP breaks. So Railroad Workers United functions in the way that we've needed for 150 years, which is all the different people and all the different crafts on all the different railroads are all divided up in one way or another. Railroad Workers United works to get a voice for all of the stakeholders, all of the including the public. All the stakeholders need to be heard.
Kind of like one big union, something like that.
We're not. Railroad Workers United is not a union. We're all union. We're almost all, except for the ones that work on short line railroads that aren't organized. We're all members of unions, and we are active in our unions. But what we find is that that's insufficient. That's not. And in my career, as I said, I've been a local and regional officer. And I know the ins and outs. I know how it all works. I know where the bodies are buried, and we need a Railroad Workers United. We need an organization of this kind in order to do the things that aren't otherwise being done. So speak up. And one of the problems, and this is a practical one, is that the culture on almost every Class 1 railroad is that people who are actively on the job working are afraid to speak up. In recent years, we were able to successfully get some whistleblower protections, but historically, people are victimized when they stand up and they tell about what's really going on behind the curtain. So that's another thing that we're in a position to do with Railroad Workers United, is to be able to talk openly about the things that are not represented at any of the tables. And the regulators are largely captured by the carriers. They largely are an adjunct to the carriers, what they want. And this is a dangerous situation. We've got to do something about it.
And, talking about the regulatory capture, I cannot fathom the position that Pete Buttigieg is putting himself into. I mean, this is a guy that obviously he's got ambitions. And, how is it that he thinks he's going to win a Democratic primary, much less a general election, when his tenure at the Department of Transportation is so lackluster? I mean, we're talking about breaking a rail strike. We're talking about not, not even instituting after this major accident a incredibly narrow Obama safety regulation, not even going beyond that, but just reinstituting a narrow. I mean, it's bizarre. But and I also wanted to for the public ownership of the rails, what you were mentioning there, I wanted to expand on that just a bit. We had a long conversation specifically about that with another member of Railroad Workers United, Paul Lindsay, and he pointed out to me that what y'all are calling for is not a public ownership of the rail companies, which is something that I would support and I would be fine with, but it's a little bit less. It's a little bit less than that, and it is literally an ownership of the rail roads. Just like the government owns the car roads, the government should own the railroads, because and this is something that maybe people don't know, the tracks themselves are not owned by the public, which is bizarre, which is really, really bizarre.
It's also pretty unusual in the world. In the world broadly, it's very weird that at least in a developed nation, that the infrastructure is just left in the hands of the private profiteers.
Right.
So now in Railroad Workers United, we're a diverse group. We have a number of different kinds of ideas about exactly what this notion of public control public ownership is. But you've seen our resolution, and what we understand the most important thing, which is something that people in this country have understood in the past sometimes, like World War I, is that you cannot count on the private boards of directors of the Class 1 railroads to do the right thing. So if we want the right thing done, we're going to have to take it over.
Yeah. Fritz Edler, veteran railroader, member representative of Railroad Workers United. Is there anything else that you think that you wanted to hit on before we let you go?
No, I would just say, please, I mean, the reason why this particular accident rose to the level that in public attention it did was because of the toxins and things like that. But as you look at the wreck picture behind me, for example, it wasn't the same way. Do we have to have people die? Do we have to have communities destroyed? Do we have to, in order to be able to stop this, pun accepted, whatever, stop this train, stop this process where the railroads are making, by policy, their properties less safe. They're also making it a place where nobody wants to work. Mm-hmm. I mean, they admit now that they've gotten rid of too many people, but problem is it's pretty hard to hire a conductor when you tell them, first of all, you won't have any private life, and not only that, but we're trying to eliminate your job.
Right.
So they're struggling. One of the people on this particular wreck out in Ohio was a trainee. They're in the process of trying to get those people back because they desperately need them to just provide basic service. But so the railroads are making it a place where nobody's going to want to work, and that it's going to be every single day going forward an accumulated additional risk.
Fritz, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. So long.
All right, folks. That was Fritz Edler, veteran railroader, former local and regional officer of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineer and Trainmen, a Teamsters affiliate, and current representative for the Railroad Workers United, talking about the train derailment in Ohio.
Yeah, definitely send my solidarity and love and support to Railroad Workers United. RWU is doing fantastic work. I think Fritz really hit on it, that it's something that's, been long needed to have that kind of cross-craft solidarity, get the members from different unions talking to each other amongst themselves, and then, bringing in the public because we all have a stake here. And, I really appreciate him giving us some background on that, and certainly appreciate the work RWU is doing because I think a nationalization of the rails is absolutely a needed step.
It's when you say nationalization of the rails, I mean, he mentioned that they have some diverse views, and so
right,
maybe he was hinting at that he, kind of like me, thinks that it would also make sense to nationalize the companies themselves. But just setting that aside, their resolution calling for public ownership of the rails, of the tracks, is
common sense.
So common sense.
Yeah.
You would not allow UPS to own our interstate highway system.
Right.
Like, that just wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense at all. So obviously the rails should be owned and operated by and for the public good. So obvious.
Yeah, I mean, because look at what we've seen over the years. We've seen the railroad companies monopolize the railroad industry. They have systemically weakened regulations by lobbying these crooked sellout politicians and bureaucrats. They have reduced their own staff by thousands, people that they need to have safe, efficient operations. They've deferred maintenance and capital investments, all while engaging in these massive stock buybacks.
Right.
They've worked with the Biden admin and both parties in Congress to prevent their own workers from engaging in their legal right to strike, their human right to strike. And this is all happening while these rail barons, just like they're, coming back from the 19th century, they're engorging themselves on these record profits while stripping their own operational capacity in a way that threatens the American people and the American economy, to say nothing of their own workforce. So it's just really disgusting.
So speaking of the Gilded Era and rail barons. We talked last week to a rail worker about this train derailment in Ohio. And since that came out, there have been like a dozen or more derailments, like since that happened 15 days ago or something. Like, it's just every day there's like, oh, there's a new derailment. This one didn't have any toxic chemicals, but wow, that's weird that there's another derailment. And look, this one did have toxic chemicals. There was one that had toxic chemicals like in Texas or something, right? Not to the extent of the Ohio one, but still like, wow, that's weird. And then just yesterday it started being circulating that like, oh, this actually happens all the damn time. This is actually a super common occurrence, trains derailing, that there were, what was it that you said, Adam, 1,700 last year?
I believe actually it's a 1,700 a year. Like that's, I believe
that's like the common thing.
The average is roughly
that's
1,700
wild.
accidents per year.
That's totally wild. And, so of course, and you know, national media, totally silent on it, more or less. And conservative media was silent on it for about the first week and a half. And they've hooked on to a couple of stories that they think that they can go with to try to protect the bosses from, you know, from being held accountable for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, do you want to get attention for it? Because sometimes it's better that issues don't even get covered by some of this media, because it's like, do you want ignorance or do you want misinformation?
Right. Yeah, false consciousness or something. Yeah, so let's see what Tim Pool is saying about this derailment.
All right, let me get this guy lined up here.
Moore County, North Carolina in early December, damaging equipment in what local authorities called a targeted attack that cut off power to more than 45,000 people. So how is it that we are suggesting it is accidental? We have right here direct statements in the press. Extremist groups did attack our power grid. What about the train? Remember when It's Going Down, the far left extremist website, gave instructions on how to derail trains? And now trains are derailing and they're full of chemicals and they're exploding.
I missed that memo.
Yeah, I don't know. Trains derail, man.
Yeah, you don't know.
They really do.
Correct.
So what can be said? Is it a network of terrorists that are attacking our grid? It may be.
Maybe.
But what can you do with this information?
Here's the good part.
Whether or not it's true is not what matters. Though it does play a role. If it's true that there is a network of extremists sabotaging U.S. infrastructure, then oh boy. I would argue that you should increase the amount of guns.
Now, is there a network of lizard people intentionally causing train accidents just to make Norfolk Southern look bad? Is it possible? It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
But you need more guns. Could you imagine?
For $29.99 per month, I have an annual subscription, you know, $29.99 per month, or annual subscription of $500, and you could get the answers to those questions.
There's a resolution. The resolution to the issue of trains derailing because of bad brakes and outdated infrastructure.
And deregulation for 6 decades within the transportation industry.
How do you fix that, Tim Pool, Mr. Tim Pool? Well, buy a gun. Buy a gun. That's his answer. Buy a gun. Buy a gun. Which is, you know, like, I don't care. Buy a gun. Buy a gun. You know, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, but that's like not the solution to this story.
No, it's not. And this guy in particular, I really hate the way he spreads a lot of misinformation about anti-fascists and pretending as if there's this like shadowy cabal of terroristically inclined leftists out there just committing all sorts of violence and mischief and sabotage. And I mean, it's it's just disgusting because there are people out there who actually listen to this guy and take him seriously. And, you know, there are people who probably walk away from his stuff thinking there really are like commies under the bed.
Right.
You know, like they're out there, you know, and that just, that you talk about evil, that's evil because this
crazy.
motherfucker knows he's lying to
Of
people.
course.
He knows
course.
he's bullshitting people and getting money off of it and confusing people and getting people riled up over bullshit. And it just,
And the funny thing is, in the majority report covered this other clip, and maybe I should have pulled the other clip, but I didn't want to exactly cape a lot of what they covered. But there was another clip where he talked it was literally the same day. He was wearing the same clothes, the same beanie, the same story, but his conclusion was, actually, there's like 1,700 trains that derail every year. Maybe people are just making too big of a fuss about this. People are losing their minds because of the media. You know, this isn't Chernobyl. The same day.
Oh my God. So, yeah, the media is making a big deal out of this, but oh, by the way,
it could be
it could also be a domestic terrorist network, in which case you need to arm up immediately.
No, not in which case you need to arm up. Whether or not it's true, you need to arm up.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Infinite Content says, yes, there's a network of extremists in the U.S. causing derailments. They're called corporate rail owners.
Indeed. So that's how, those are kind of the dual tracks that Tim Pool was taking. Charlie Kirk is more following Tucker Carlson's example. I didn't pull a clip from Tucker Carlson, but he went basically with this shtick too. So let's take a look at what Charlie Kirk is saying about the train derailment.
Oh God.
Not a single member of the Biden regime would dare to go to this portion of Ohio and breathe in the air because they know it's dangerous. They know that it is actively poisoning the citizens of Eastern Ohio. So why is it that they kind of shrug their shoulders?
Yeah, let me see if I can pause it.
And they say, okay, whatever. It's very simple. It's because the war on white people continues. Why would you care for the white working class voters?
Yeah, well, I was going to stop and say, like, okay, look, see here, this is a real issue.
Right, yeah. He opens up trying to, garner sympathy and portray himself as sympathetic to the people in this area who are legitimately being poisoned and dealing with inadequate government response.
Yeah.
And then
let's pull it back and pull it back a little bit.
Sure.
Like 15 seconds, and let's play that again.
Portion of Ohio and breathe in the air because they know it's dangerous. They know that it is actively poisoning the citizens of Eastern Ohio. So why is it that they kind of shrug their shoulders and they say, okay, whatever. It's very simple. It's because the war on white people continues. Why would you care for the white working class voters in Eastern Ohio? You haven't cared about them in other reasons or other portions, and I will prove it to you. If this train derailment happened in downtown Atlanta, in the densely populated black neighborhoods, this would be the #1 news story. It would be Flint water crisis 2.0. There would be clamoring and activism and talks for reparations.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. Flint water crisis.
It's still not fixed! Like, what the hell?
I mean, does anyone think that, like, that was a benefit for Democrats? I mean, oof.
It's crazy.
And Buttigieg, meanwhile, is out there saying, listen, while this derailment is happening, while the act of poisoning is happening, he's saying, look, the problem is that workers are too white. Play cut 42.
We have heard way too many stories from generations past of infrastructure where you got a neighborhood, often a neighborhood of color, that finally sees the project come to them, but everyone in the hard hats on that project looking like, doing the good paying jobs, don't look like they came from anywhere near the neighborhood.
Right.
You can build community wealth that will help close wealth gaps in this country if we can tear down those barriers. But that happens at the delivery level.
So Buttigieg is out talking about how workers are too white. For the last couple of years, I have been warning about this crusade against white people, and people shrug their shoulders and say, oh, Charlie, why does that matter? I could tell you why it matters. When there's a crisis now and the leaders hate working class whites, they're not going to scramble to save your life. They'll lie to you and tell you to go back home while you're poisoned.
That's insane.
It is. I mean, it's you can see the division being fostered right there, because the truth is that, of course, politicians of both parties don't give a damn about working class people, whether you're white or black or not. Mr. Anderson in the comments brought up Jackson, Mississippi.
Yep.
Water situation there's not fixed.
Oh, wait,
by any means.
Hold on, Adam. You must be mistaken, because Charlie Kirk just told me that whenever bad things happen to black people, they get fixed automatically. And not only do they get fixed, they get talks of reparations. That's what Charlie Kirk told me.
Meanwhile, in reality, not only has it not been fixed in Jackson, the Mississippi legislature is trying to essentially gut the power of Jackson, Mississippi as a city. I mean, and I don't know all the details yet. I've got a couple of things to look into on that, but Mississippi, the white power structure in Mississippi is seizing on this crisis to make things worse. But yeah, to hear Charlie Kirk tell it, well, it was a bunch of black folks, so surely the Democrats are going to show up and fix everything and hand out checks to everybody and be on the TV every day doing this.
I don't know. Removed from reality.
Right, yeah.
It's just objectively false. This is a narrative that is objectively, demonstrably, provably false.
And even the thing
divisive.
Even the thing about Pete,
right.
As much as I mean, and I have real vitriol for Pete. I mean, there are things about that man that just disgust me. Mm-hmm. But that was definitely a disingenuous interpretation of his comments. Right. Granted, Pete was being disingenuous, but that's because literally everything that comes out of his mouth is disingenuous. Right. But he didn't say that was the problem. So yeah, it's just really disgusting. And there again, there are people listening.
I mean, that's a conservative thing, that people who build our communities should be from our, it should be when we create wealth, the people from our communities are the ones that are building that wealth and that are gaining from that wealth. I mean, local jobs is like a big thing.
Right. Absolutely.
And like the idea that Pete's saying it, so it must be bad. I mean, it's so like, and we have sympathy for the argument about how like this diversity, equity, and inclusion and all this bullshit, diversity stuff from management is bullshit. It's just stuff to paper over divisions, to paper over worker organizing to get you to shut up. Right? And we have a lot of sympathy for that. And we actually just talked to Julia Rock a couple of weeks ago, who reported on the National Restaurant Association, the other NRA, just talked about how they actually said, hey, you know what you should do to get your, dumb workers to get their fill of justice? You should create sustainability committees. You should create diversity committees so that they can feel empowered. Like,
There's a critique there. There's a real critique there, but the real critique actually reveals like who the people pulling the strings are, and it's the capitalists, and he doesn't want you to know that it's the capitalists, it's the people that are writing checks to fund his show that are behind the scenes, that are pushing all of this nonsense on you. He wants you to think that it's black people.
Right. I mean, you have this like neoliberal identity politics, and both the Democrats and Republicans both use it. They're just two sides of that coin, right? They respond to each other, they build off each other, and they just pile bullshit on top of each other. I think those people do real harm. You know, the Charlie Kirks of the world, I think, are doing legitimate harm to people by poisoning our intellectual environment. He's a fucking intellectual polluter.
You know, we've been covering this child labor issue pretty regularly over the past few weeks. And so there's this pro-child labor lawyer that has seen our coverage and is kind of upset by it. He didn't like it. He doesn't like our coverage. He is a pro-child labor lawyer. And so he asked if he could come on and debate us about whether or not child labor is good. And so we're going to be doing that in overtime. And he asked us to play one of his ads for him before the debate so that people could see what he's about. And so we have that ad ready, I believe. And so, Adam, let's just go ahead and play this ad from this pro-child labor lawyer. And then we'll be talking to him in overtime. Let's go ahead and play that.
Hello, America. Have you or your loved ones been the victim of feckless unionists trying to end your career over the allegation that your arm might be amputated by the machinery at your job? Has government overreach prevented you, a 12 or 13-year-old undocumented worker for whom English is a second language, from getting a nice internship at one of the world's foremost wage slavers because of labor laws? Well, I got good news for you. I'm Diamond Drew Morgan, and you got rights. Alabama, beacon of hope and light in a dark, cruel world, is currently under attack by activists who want to punish a Hyundai plant simply because they hired 12-year-olds and some of them lost limbs. Is that American? No. Someone needs to think of these kids. Luckily, that someone is Diamond Drew. I can't get him out of my head or my heart. Little 12-year-old Jesus, crossing thousands upon thousands of miles, multiple borders, ICE agents on his heels, with the legal right and ability to murder him and his entire family. He gets through all that, shows up at the Hyundai plant with his little resume in his hand, and they say, no, you can't work here because you're not an adult. Well, I say that's not American. Screw them. We'll sue them. But don't take my word for it. Listen to these satisfied customers.
Diamond Drew Morgan got our unnamed for legal reasons workers back to work so quick they didn't even miss a shift.
Except for the ones that went to the hospital.
So call me, Diamond Drew Morgan, and I'll put them kids back to work.
The Hyundai company was in no way associated with this commercial, which is something that we have to say in case they sue. Imagine that, us getting sued for a joke and suffering real-world repercussions when they have literally hired an entire family from ages 12 to 15 to work in their factories, but they have gotten no consequences. In fact, they have not been prosecuted. They have been rewarded with both state and federal subsidies, but we could be sued. Us, a podcast. Diamond Drew Morgan is a trademark of Diamond Drew International. Call 1-800-DIAMOND today.
All right, so there we go. A pro-child labor lawyer, Diamond Drew Morgan. That's, you know, so we're gonna be
doing it like 1876 style.
Yeah, gonna be asking him why he supports child labor. I will say that, you know, one of his customers was a very attractive young man. Kind of weird that he's like an executive at Hyundai, and then presumably he's paying this Diamond Drew guy to be his, I don't even understand how this works exactly, but we're gonna be talking to him. We have on the line Diamond Drew Morgan, the pro-child labor lawyer. Diamond Drew, are you there?
I'm here. How y'all doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm doing good. If not, just a little bit skeeved out by that, by that commercial. That was, that some of those things that you were, that's not like a very common thing for people to be proud of. I'm kind of surprised that you put that out as your, forward-facing thing instead of like secret memos to bosses.
Let me ask you something. Your name's Jacob, right? This
Yes.
is the Valley Labor Report.
Yes.
You're pro-labor.
Yes.
The working man.
Yes.
But not the working boy. Seems a little hypocritical to me. You're trying to put me out of a job. You're trying to put these 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds out of a job. Now, what is it about you that makes you think you're so much better than them, that you deserve all of the opportunities America provides and they do not?
Well, I actually think that they do deserve the opportunities that America provides.
So we agree. Time's up. All right.
No.
I don't even know why I got up this morning. Thank you.
No. Because I didn't work when I was their age. I went to school.
Well, that might be part of the problem. We can kind of tell by your outfit, your general demeanor, that you weren't instilled in the values of being a good American. But what's your point with that? You didn't work and what? You turned out okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my dad used to tie me to a fence and make me do chores with blindfolds on. I turned out okay. Don't mean he should have done that.
I'm not totally convinced that you did turn out okay, Diamond Drew. But like we're already jumping headfirst into this
me on the facts. Here we go with personal attacks.
Yeah,
Ooh,
right.
We're on it today.
Well, before we jump headfirst into this child labor stuff, I did want to hit something quick because it's not totally related, but I did have a question. You're one of those customers that you had in your ad, Bullhorn Bill Morgan, who's a very, very attractive person. But you say in the ad that he's not your brother. If he's not your brother, why would you feel the need to say that?
Well, we got the same last name. We got the same stylist, same tailor, and
that
we're both.
How do you know that you have the same tailor?
Now, we do know each other. I just wanted to be clear that this wasn't some sort of nepotism case, because that's another thing they keep trying to get rid of. Y'all are trying to fire everybody over there on the left. You don't want kids to get jobs. You don't want people who are related to the boss to get jobs. Every time I turn around, you're like, we're pro the working man, but we're going to fire everybody who don't fall in line with what we think they ought to be.
Well,
so I just didn't want anybody to think it was nepotism. I think that's fair.
Well, and I'm not totally convinced that it's not nepotism, because it's kind of surprising to me that what company does Bullhorn work for?
Hyundai.
It's kind of surprising to me that this international company would hire you, because I'm not totally sure that you've got like a really good understanding of the law from your ad.
Well, that's very offensive. First of all, I have a great understanding of the law. I studied it for many years at the American Samoa University Law School online, and I feel like you saying that, again, you couldn't beat me on the facts, so here come the personal attacks. Now you're trying to attack my resume, which is impeccable, by the way. It's always the same with you folks. Like I said, you want to get rid of the working man. Someone comes on your program, you don't treat them with any respect. You're clearly not doing your background research. I mean, what do you know about Hyundai and the practices they got going over there that you claim to be so against? Have you ever worked there? Do you know anything about it?
No, I've never worked there, but I've read about it, and it seems.
Oh, he's read about it.
Yeah, I've read about it, and it seems pretty bad. And so I'm wondering why you think that these facilities are appropriate for children to be working in.
Let me tell you a story.
This is. Oh, okay, tell me
a story, Jacob. All right, I got to meet Tom Brady, personal hero of mine, one time at a Fuddruckers off I-75. He was with his beautiful family. I was with mine. And, I wanted to talk to him, and I did, and I got a picture and all that. But I thought about saying to him, Tom, when you got beat by the Giants there in the Super Bowl, I really felt like you should have slowed down and not given Eli the ball back. But I didn't say that. You want to know why I didn't say that? Because if he'd have said, well, what do you know about football? I'd have said, well, I read about it. Hey, I read about it, Tom Brady. Well, I read about it. Monday morning quarterback and Tom, and I read about it. You don't know anything about the Hyundai plant other than what the liberal biased media said to you about it. And so you talk about child labor practices. They got to practice. Practice makes perfect. You think Tom Brady don't practice?
Well, no. But we don't want to be perfect in child labor because we want children to be learning things as opposed to working in these dangerous facilities. I mean, are you saying that it's just not true that this facility was fined $50,000 for amputation hazards?
I'm saying that that's unfair and goes against the American way. You just hit the nail on the head. Sometimes, I swear to God, even though y'all all dress like you're in a 90s music video, sometimes y'all back your way into a point. You just made a good point accidentally. It's about education. These kids are learning how to be workers in our American system. They'll learn to go to work 40 hours a week, maybe 60 if we can change that unfair law, and be a good part of the American dream. Because my dream is for things to work the way they ought to. And part of that is somebody's got to make stuff in America. And if it ain't going to be me, then it should be the 14-year-olds who are poor.
Well, but
pretty simple.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think they should be in school instead of working in these. I mean, there are stories out there about 13-year-olds being killed on the job.
Well, I don't believe any of them personally. I've never seen anything that I would say constitutes proof on the death of them. As far as them being in school, they are in school. You know, let's talk and think about school. You can go to school for all sorts of stuff. Why can't you go to school for building cars? What's wrong with that?
Well, they have trade school, but you're not actually there. They can just do that when they get to be 16 and actually learn instead of working in these dangerous facilities.
Well, not everybody was born rich like maybe you were, and they can't afford to go to trade school, you know? And I know, there's scholarships for that. Look, man, and everybody as lucky as we are, and not everybody's as lucky as these kids. Dude, you know how I would have loved the chance to go to work in a factory at 14 years old. But unfortunately, the era I was born into, most people who looked like me had plenty, and I didn't have to do that. And frankly, I think I'm a little worse for it. I own 2 boats. Would I own 5 if I had to work at a factory when I was 15? Who could say? But probably. Makes you think, Jacob. It makes you think.
Yeah, it does make me think. So do you have a limit on how young? Because most people, we decided something like 100 years ago that 14, 15, 16-year-olds shouldn't be working in manufacturing environments. But you're obviously, you're not of that opinion. You reckon that we should go back 100 years. Is there a limit for you? Like, would it be okay? We've been talking about 13, 14, 12-year-olds. Would you represent a 9-year-old who wanted to work at the Hyundai plant?
If a 9-year-old wanted that job and that was the dream they have in their heart, I would probably be their lawyer. Now, if you're asking me, do I feel like there's a limit on the side of practicality? Sure. There's the reason Hyundai ain't hiring 9-year-olds. They can't keep up. I mean, look, we're not crazy. We know 8-year-olds can't build a Kia Sorento. They don't know how. That's why we got them in school.
Okay, so you want school up until age 12 and then Hyundai plant at 13.
I mean, that sounds like a fine way to run things to me.
Okay, so, you've laid out your position. I think, we've laid out ours about the morality of the child labor, but you seem convinced in this ad that these bosses have the right to hire these people, and I'm not convinced that's the case. I think that our child labor, I think you would have to actually change the law. I don't think they have the right to hire 12-year-olds.
Well, there's the law, and then there's God's law, and then there's the Constitution, and then there's God's Constitution. So which law? I don't know which law you're talking about here. I mean, I don't know what you're.
I'm talking about the laws of the state of Alabama and the United States of America.
Well, first of all, those are 2 different laws right there.
Right, and they're both.
As we've seen time and time again, the federal comes down on Alabama trying to make them do stuff that they don't want to do.
Alabama has a law. Alabama's state law says you can't work in manufacturing environments under 16.
And I'm saying you got rights and you got to challenge things. I believe it was Martin Luther King who said that any law that goes against how things ought to be, you got to break that law.
Is that right?
Is that what he said?
It's a direct quote.
It's a direct quote. Okay. All right. Well,
maybe you guys should have went to that school you guys are so up on. Maybe you should have paid better attention.
Maybe.
You was back in the back of the classroom flirting or whatever you was doing. My point is, you're telling me it's against the law. I'm saying you got rights. You got rights.
But I don't think you do. I don't think you do have rights. I don't.
You do have
what
rights.
Rights come from the law.
They come from the Constitution, which Jesus wrote, and it says you have the right to the pursuit of happiness. Is that not in there?
It is in there. Yeah, it's in there.
Well, let me tell you what makes Diamond Drew and his clients happy. Making money by hiring people who are cheaper, which includes, but is not limited to, that's the part you also keep skipping. It's not like there's just a whole factory full of 13-year-olds. It's like 20, 30% people who are older than that. That's what makes me happy.
Okay. That makes, okay. All right. Well, this is definitely been an experience. I don't know, Adam, I'm just almost speechless. Do you have any questions for this Diamond Drew fellow?
Yosemite ma'am over here can't spit it out. You got anything?
You know what, Diamond Drew? I gotta ask you. So, what has been the? Well, thank you, sir. Yeah,
I'm glad there's one on this podcast who knows how to dress like a grown up. You want to talk about kids? Change your hat. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Diamond Drew, do you have a particular client that you've worked for? And that is there a story you have about a client you've worked for that just warms your heart? You told us what you like. You told us what makes you happy. Is there a particular client? I mean, because it boggles my mind to think there are people who think child labor is okay in the year 2023. You're saying it's cool. You're saying it's good. You're saying you have clients who come to you and want to pursue this. So
yes.
Have you actually had
someone? I'm not allowed to say names. We'll change the names to protect the innocent, innocent victims of American tyranny. I had a client that came to me one time. It was a car manufacturer from, we'll say, an Asian country who had a factory in allegedly Alabama, and they had someone who wanted to work there for them. We'll call his name Oscar. And Oscar was 14 years old, came to this country by himself. The things that he had to go through to get here, to live his American dream, you couldn't imagine what he had to overcome. And he gets here, and his whole goal is to make money to send back home to his family. And I'll never forget what this 14-year-old said to me. Looked me right in my eyes. Said, Mr. Diamond Drew, I would give an arm and a leg to help my family. I said, buddy, I guarantee you with my help, that's exactly what you're going to do. And then years later, he did. He lost an arm, and we got a little settlement out of that. Not to mention that he worked for 5 years, sent that money back home, brought 2 of his brothers over. They also went to work for Hyundai. Cut that part. That's not who it was. And now they all got sent back home because they got caught by ICE. And the government took the house that they built, that they had paid for full price in Alabama, and I got some of that money too. And they're back home, and they've got a little bit of a nest egg that they can have back there because they got to live the American dream for a decade. Who gets that? You know what I mean? Who gets a decade of their dream? Not most people. I tell you that right now.
Diamond Drew, I find it disgusting. I can't believe it.
Me too. American tyranny is gross.
I can't believe that. And I just got to ask, so what if we had a society where immigrants and refugees could go to school, live a decent life, have housing, healthcare, a safe life, and they didn't have to engage in child labor? What about that? Like, have you ever thought about what America could be like without requiring child labor?
It sounds to me like you're talking about a free ride.
Oh.
And, you know, I've got to be honest with you, in times of weakness, I have wondered what it would be like for people not to have to work as hard as I have.
Oh,
you know, when I inherited my daddy's law practice, I had nothing.
That's hard work, huh?
I had nothing. That's what I started out with, nothing. And I built it into what it's built into. And that to me is the American dream. So you asked me, what have I thought about that? Yeah, I've thought about it. Wakes me up in cold sweats, to be honest with you.
Right.
But I just feel like that'd be communism.
Yeah, I take it you're against communism.
Was that some?
I mean, I was just asking. I'm just curious. I mean, you're telling me you're also for child labor. I don't know what you're for, what you're against. You know,
I'm for freedom. Okay, and the things I hate the most, all right, taxes, the Taliban, and communism. And you can write that down, put it on a T-shirt, and sell it on one of your little web things.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right. I think I'm done, Jacob.
Yeah.
I'm good.
All right.
We've heard enough. I find it disturbing. Diamond Drew, I wish you no success in court. I hope all of your lawsuits and frivolous challenges fail. And I hope your clients, your corporate clients, rot in hell. So there you go, Diamond Drew.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say thanks for having me on, fellas. In spite of
you're
that,
welcome.
In spite of that cold send-off, I mean, y'all know harm in my heart. I want you to know I've been an underdog my whole life. You know, I remember getting picked on at the country club by people like you. And
I don't think it was people like us. I think they were probably pretty.
True.
They were probably pretty different
true.
if they were at the country club.
That's true. You guys look like you got sickle cell anemia or something. But I'm saying that I'm an underdog, and hearing things like that don't bother me. I can't be bullied. That's why I went to law school. Okay, and Dad made me, and I can't be bullied. But I do thank you. Okay, I'll be praying for y'all.
Please do. Please do.
All right.
Thanks, Diamond
bless
Drew.
America.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for
everything.
Whatever that was. Thanks for whatever that was.
All right, folks, once again, thank you so much for joining us for another special pre-taped episode of the Valley Labor Report and this look back at some big moments from the Valley Labor Report and specifically 2023. We hope you enjoyed this show. We hope you enjoyed this collection of great topics that we've covered. Definitely, if you haven't already, please consider helping us start the new year on the right foot. TVLR.fm/postage. Donate whatever you can. Every little bit goes a long way. You can help us continue to expand as we go into the new year. Again, we've got some big plans, but we are going to need your help to realize them. So please consider doing that if you have any spare change around, or if you're feeling that giving spirit of the holidays. Again, I have been your host, Joe Harrison, your guest host, graphic designer, video production editor extraordinaire, and it has been my honor to join y'all on this special pre-taped episode. Next week, Jacob and Adam will be back, and we will be back to our regular live broadcasting, so definitely join us for that. And once again, feel free to leave a voicemail, send us a text message, 844-855-TVLR, and Jacob and Adam will be able to respond to that live next weekend, January 6th, when they return. I hope y'all have a great new year, and I hope that this new year in general gets off to a good start for all of us. And once again, it is my privilege to say, all power to the workers. Thank you all for listening.